Yeah, and I did some cheating like that, right? I did some cheating. I created that story about myself. I learned it, and this is how I found my first job. And then I realized that I need to help people like me. And I recorded my first course. Then I joined my second company in my career, and they were doing their own courses. They invited me to help them because they were not hiring people from the market. Instead, they were doing a lot of boot camps and like raising people's expertise. So, for example, 500 people applies, then they select 100 of them. Then we interview them. Then we select 30 people out of that 100 for courses. Then we conduct a course, and then we select 10 people out of those 500 of initial people and hire them. And they are super motivated. They're happy with their first job. Um, and we were hiring the best of them. So actually, uh, out of those 500 people, those 10 were like the best. They were super motivated. They were performing better than many of the people on the market. And people from the market, right, with several years of experience, they are expensive. They want more. And these people are super motivated. I mean, people from the courses, and they want their first job, and they were joining the company as trainee positions, and they were not paid a lot. But after like 6 months, they were promoted to junior position, then to middle position, and so on. And everybody was happy. Then when I moved to United States, I joined Apple as a QA lead, and I started doing a lot of different courses with other guys from Silicon Valley. And I created a test automation course for them. It's actually not test automation course. It consists of a manual course. Then parallelly, you learn JavaScript, because the other courses on the market were not so good in these terms, because they were expecting manual testing as prerequisite for automation. So you learn a manual first, you work some time as a manual tester, and then you go to automation course. Then you learn JavaScript or other language like Python or Java basics, and then you learn automation after that, because you cannot do automation without knowing basics, right? You need to learn basics of some coding language, and only then do automation. So what I have done, so I thought we can learn people from scratch. We can teach people from we can teach people from scratch. We can teach them manual, then parallelly coding basics, and then in 2 months they can start learning automation, because they know what is software testing now. They know coding basics, and they can do automation because they understand both sides. They understand coding. They understand manual testing now. They know what software tester does, and it's really important because developers are very bad people for doing automation. I have that experience, and the bad side of that is that developers, they don't know how to test. They know how to write code, but they don't know how to properly create test cases, how to break down everything to simple logical pieces, and they don't know those test design techniques and everything else. They don't know testing theory, and they are not successful usually in test automation. So that's why manual testing is like a prerequisite for test automation as well. So I have created that course. Uh, that's fine, Diana. We are just, I'm just telling the story about myself, so you didn't miss anything. That's why I'm telling the story right now, because some people are still joining, and so you didn't miss anything. Don't worry. Okay, so, and then what happened, I realized that those people, they are not interested in educating people. They created those courses as business. They were interested in just, you know, earning money. Just the courses became super expensive. We started from $2,000 per course. It was for a month course, and then right now it became 5,000 course. Nothing changed. Nothing improved. They just raised the price. So I didn't like that, so I left, and I was not doing courses for a year, but I was sending people. So people were reaching out to me. They knew me as a teacher, so they were reaching out to me and asking, "Hey, Arthur, could you please recommend some courses for us?" And I was sending them to different courses, to manual courses, to that automation course I created. But they were coming back to me and saying, "Hey, you sent us there, and we didn't learn anything. They didn't learn us anything." And what happened? I realized that I need to do something else. We need to do some competition. We need to create something different in order to compete with those courses, create something better, to create cheaper prices, and give people the opportunity to learn better than everybody else is doing. So, but our goal is not our courses goal is not to create courses, is not to create business. So our goal, what we would like to do, what I realized, that when you teach people, you have a great community. I'm as a teacher right now, I have a great community in many companies. If right now my students go to some company for interview, I just say, "Hey, say hello to Deepika. Hey, say hello to Alex," because I know people there, right? So you have a dot community, and our goal is to create some great product at the end by using our community. So I know that, okay, I will have a lot of students, for example, like you. Some of you will be successful, and then I will know, for example, oh, Michael is working in Apple right now, and he is great at JavaScript. And Michelle is working at Google right now, and she's great at manual tester. She's QA lead right now. Maybe she will help us to organize some processes. And when we come to the point when we are ready to create some startup, I have that great community to find people from, right? To get that people to sit together and say, "Hey guys, let's create this startup. Let's be successful. Let's create something that will help a lot of people in the world." So we are not doing these courses for business. We're doing them for creating a community. And at the end, I know for sure that some of you will be super successful, because I'm doing that for many years, and many of my students super successful. And right now they are hiring other students from my courses because they know, hey, those guys from Arthur's courses are good. And they, of course, they interview them and they hire them. And for example, one of my students from the previous course, he just found a job at HP as a senior person. I was like impressed. How can you find senior position after the courses? But it's possible, right? And he was hired by previous student, like who graduated a few years ago. So this is how it works. We are building the community, and even teachers right now on our courses are like my students for many years, who graduated the courses many years ago, and they are right now key leads or software developers at Microsoft, for example, right? And that's how we create the community. Then it's easy for me to find the right people for everything we want to do. We would like to do new courses. We have people to work with. If we would like to create some startup, we have people to find and to create that startup with. So this is the goal of our course, of our courses in general, not this course. This course is for you guys to understand. And okay, until I go to the next topic, any questions? Yeah, please be proactive. Do not hesitate to ask any question. I'm here to help, to ask any question. Okay, seems like no questions. Okay, so let's move to this course. Invoice? So what do you mean? No, is it late to start at 40? No, at all, at all. Yes, you can turn on your microphone and ask. Yeah, of course. You don't have to.
У меня вопрос. Можно по-русски?
Okay, you can try.
Oh, or I can speak in English. So if I'm not, if I'm гуманитарий по-русски, can I start to do this career because I am very interested in QA? Some friends of mine, she was a pharmacist and she started to learn manual testing, and now she's working after some school as well. So, and that's why I think maybe it's not a bad idea, but I'm not sure
It's
if I have to.
anybody.
Mhm.
So
I
that's
mean,
what we're going to do today. So
okay.
I'm going to show you, okay, this is what software tester does. Is it something you can do? And you say yes or no. You need to answer that question for yourself, right? I will show you, you will try, you will do the same as software tester does, because we will participate in all stages of software development. We will do like entire cycle. Right now, all the modern technologies, all the modern projects, they are developed in cycles called sprints. So for example, we do 2 week sprints. We have developed some piece of functionality, yes, agile, and we just move it to the production and start working on another piece of functionality. And that cycle is called sprints. And we will do that cycle, the entire cycle. We don't have 2 weeks, but we have like small piece of functionality to work on and do the entire cycle of software development. And you will try. You will try and try to understand. What I can say, it's easy because in order to be QA, it's quality assurance. It's the same as software testing. So Ronald is asking, what is QA? QA is quality assurance, and it's same as software testing, but it's a bit different. But the people usually call that software testing. Um, so what is software testing? Software testing is when you just test and search for issues. Quality assurance is like general term. So you will see what we will do today is software quality assurance, because we will be working with documentation. We will be making sure that documentation is good enough to start working on it, not only for us, but for developers as well, and improve the quality of that documentation and so on. So quality assurance is when you try to improve all the processes related to software development. And software testing is more like, you just test and look for bugs in the system. But not many people understand that. So they don't understand because we as a testers, we learn that. We know what is exactly software testing and what is exactly quality assurance. But it's not about recruiters or other people or developers. So you can see in many resumes or job descriptions that the people just say software testing. So for now, you can say, okay, software testing is the same as quality assurance, but it's not. It's quality assurance is something bigger, is something more important when you improve all the processes related to software development. Okay, I'm just continuing adding people to the meeting. They are still joining, and I have to sometimes just go and admit everybody to join. Okay, questions as of now. Will we write test cases? Yes, we will do everything, guys. So our goal today, I will just describe our agenda shortly. So we have, we will be working with requirements, working with business analysts. We will be finalizing requirements and making sure they are updated and they are complete and understandable. Then we will do test planning. We'll write test cases. Then once we have that, we will do estimation of our work. Then we will do test execution. We'll be testing. We'll be looking for bugs. Once we do, then we will do bug reporting. Once we find bugs, then they will be fixed. And we will do bug report verification. Then we will do regression testing. Then I will explain you why we need to do automation. We won't do automation today because, as I explained previously, you need to have coding basics for that, right? But I will explain why we need to do automation. Once we do all of that, you will understand, okay, why we need to do automation. Because in this case, it's not easy to do that manually. So that's why we realized at some point, right? So in the past that in this case, we need to do automation because it's easier to do automated testing here. Okay, and that's what we do. We will do entire cycle from working with documentation to regression testing. And then we will deploy new code to production. And this is how the entire cycle works. Questions? Okay, I see some questions regarding how it works. So let me, so Natalia is asking, how long is this course? This course is only today until we finish it. It may take 4 hours, it may take 6 hours, it may take 8 hours. It depends on how many questions you have, how successful we will be during this course, and how quickly we will finish everything. So this is only 1-day course, but our goal is to complete everything. So I won't leave until you understand everything and until I answer all your questions. So I'm here to help. So guys, use this opportunity. So the main problem that most of the students have, they don't ask questions. They don't understand, but they sit silent and they don't ask questions. So your goal today is to be proactive and ask questions and try to understand. You have this opportunity, so please use it. Do not waste it. Please use it, ask questions, and I'm here to help, and I'm here to answer those questions. So let me quickly stop my video and share my screen. And please tell me if you are able to see my screen. Let me quickly add some new people to our project. Okay. Okay, good. That's good that you're able to see my screen. I'm still admitting people. So this is how I was adding you to the project. Hope all of you. Oh, I still see my video. Okay. Are you able to see my screen now? After I turned my video off. Okay. Okay, people here. Move the Zoom thing here. Okay. Okay, and the third one. Okay, good. We're good to start. So I'm going to show you how it works, right? So I just mentioned that in order to learn test automation, you need to know manual encoding basics. So if we go to test automation on our website, you will see this path. So this is how it works. You cannot learn test automation right away, because test automation, when you just start with the tools and just start using them, start using the tools. But those tools, for example, they are created in Java or Python or JavaScript. So that's why you need to learn coding basics first, and then manual QA. And then once you have these two guys, then you go to test automation. So other courses, what they do usually, they do manual QA. You learn manual QA, you look for a job, you go and work for a year or so as a manual QA. Then you go to a separate automation course, you learn coding basics and test automation. So you learn manual for several months, then you learn coding basics for several months, and then you learn test automation for several months, which is not too efficient, right? So it's better to learn everything parallelly, because manual QA is not blocking you from learning coding basics. So that's what we do. We teach people manual QA, parallel coding basics for the same price, and then people go to test automation. And it takes only 4 months to learn test automation. And that's what we do. Okay. So this is how it works. And I will explain you then why we need to do test automation once we finish this course. Okay, questions as of now until we start. Okay, no questions. Guys, please be proactive, because that's really important for you to use this opportunity. Okay, so let me stop sharing quickly and just explain you. So what I wanted to explain, what is software tester? Who is software tester, right? So what is software testing, and what that software tester does? So software tester is just a good user. So if you're asking me, okay, can I be a software tester? I didn't have that experience. If you have the experience working with computer, if you have the experience working with your phone, and you're a good user, you can install the application, right? And if you have some, for example, we all had problems with our kids. They, so for some time, they were not going to school. They were sitting home and doing everything through Zoom, and they were a lot of problems. And you, if you were able to help your child just using easy to understand um, instruction from your school, for example, they were sending some instructions how to configure Zoom, for example, and you were able to do that, you're a good user. You're able to do everything else. So just imagine the case. You buy new, I don't know, vacuum, and you would like, it's like super um, something new, something you didn't buy before, for example, robot vacuum, right? What would you do? How will you understand that, how to use it? What would you do? Who can tell me? For example, you buy something new, you buy new phone, you buy new vacuum, you buy any other tool. How will you understand how to use it?
Read the instruction.
Right, right. You will read the instruction. That is correct. And that's what we do. How we know what to test? We read the instruction, and that instruction called software requirements. We have requirements. We have the instruction for that software. Not only us as testers, everybody on the project, even developers, they have the software requirements as an instruction. For them, this is instruction how to create the application. For us, this is the instruction how to test it, because it describes how that system should work. And that's it. If you're able to buy something from store or from Amazon, and then you're able to read the instruction and make that work, you're a good tester. That's it. That's your skill. That software testing skill. If you're able to read, understand how it works, and then make it work, that's it. You're a software tester already. So this is the main skill you need to have in order to be software tester, because that's what we do. And what is important, now we come to quality assurance, what I was mentioning already, right? So what is quality assurance? When you work with documentation and it's worth first version, right? It's created by business analyst, the person who writes documentation. Usually the people who create documentation, who work with the clients, or maybe the client is internal, is some director who has an idea for some project. For example, if you work at Apple, it's not generated by, the ideas are not generated by clients. Ideas are generated internally at Apple, and some director has that idea. That director finds a budget for that project, and that director with idea is our client. Like, right, people generating ideas and saying what needs to be developed. For small companies working for clients, there are clients saying that I need this website with this and this and this, or we need to create software application, mobile application. For example, right now everybody has mobile application, right? You have some pest control, they have mobile application, and you can control your account, treatments and everything else. Even car washes have applications, right? Everybody has the application. So they're clients for small companies who develop those applications for them. And they generate ideas saying, hey, we need to develop this. So there are people called business analysts, and they work with the clients, then try to understand their requirements, and then they write documentation or software requirements. So they create those requirements for software, and then developers take those requirements and create the application, and we take those requirements, plan our testing, and then test that application in accordance to those requirements. So this is how it works. So software testing, it's when you just take the requirements and just test according to them without even checking if those requirements are correct. You just test and try to find bugs. But quality assurance is different. So imagine if software requirements are not correct. There are contradictions, ambiguities, or incompleteness. So what will happen? development team will take those requirements and will create incorrect application, because there are a lot of ambiguities, a lot of contradictions, and one of the developer will be writing code based on one statement, and the other developer will create another piece of code based on contradiction, and the code will not function correctly, right? So our goal as quality assurance engineers, not software testers, quality assurance engineers, to work on documentation first, try to create contradictions, ambiguities, incompleteness, work with business analysts to complete those requirements, make them complete and understandable for everybody. And that's how we ensure the quality of code. Because if they are complete, those requirements are complete, development team will create better quality of code, so we will have less bugs. So this is how it works. If you're a software tester, you just test whatever you have. If you're a quality assurance engineer, you assure quality starting from working with documentation, because you would like developers to have cleaner requirements, clearer requirements, right? And in order to create better quality of code. That's what we do. The first step we do is work with documentation and try to understand them, and work with business analysts, with the person who created those requirements. So let's move to the project, and that's what we will start from, with requirements. And I forgot to mention, so we will probably come to some logical stop, some logical break. Probably let's do that at 12 or 1 o'clock. So we will see, based on our topics, once we finish some logical topic and we come to some logical break, we'll do a break in about like 2 or 3 hours. Then we'll have a break for like 40, maybe an hour, 40 minutes, an hour, and then we will continue till the end. Will you add us, or we don't need it for now? No, if you send me your email, I already sent you the invitation. So let me double check again. Yes, I have a few more emails. Let me send you the invitation. So yes, I asked yesterday, I sent you the instruction how to send me email in order to add you to the project. So everybody who sent me email already, I already sent you the invitation back. So you should be able to receive it and should be able to join the project. And I sent video instruction, how to do that and what you need to expect. So thanks all of you who already did that in advance. Okay, so I just sent another bulk of emails. So please check your inboxes and you should be able to get your invitations to the project. Okay. Okay, so quickly, let's have 5-minute break and let's quickly send me your emails. Who didn't send me them, send me them right now in the chat. And I will send you the invitation. The instruction how to do that was in Facebook event and in Meetup event. So you should be able to get them. Okay, many emails. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, and while I'm adding, maybe somebody has questions. So feel free to ask. Turn on your Microsoft and ask questions.
Why are you using this Azure, the DevOps for this course? Is because it's easy? Is because it's, what is the criteria?
The criteria is because we have everything in one place. So I used to use many systems. For example, you can use Jira for bug tracking and test cases creation. You can use Confluence for document as a document storage, for document management. You can use GitHub for code storage. You can use any other systems for example, Jenkins or something else for continuous integration pipeline. It's more for developers, right? But those are different systems, and in order to use it for a big project, even for the courses, because we have many students, you need to pay a lot for that, because you buy a lot of separate licenses. You buy Jira license, you buy for test cases, even inside Jira for test cases, it's separate license for bugs, it's separate license for test cases. You buy 2 licenses inside Jira, then you buy separate license for Confluence for documents, then you buy separate license for enterprise license for GitHub to store your code, and you pay for everything. And usually if you buy that separately, you pay a lot, right? Azure has everything. So Azure, we have documents in Azure, we have backtracking system, we have boards, we have backtracking system, we have test cases, we have code storage, we have pipelines, servers, everything you can imagine for the project, we have everything there. So you manage the entire project in one place. That's why we use that. And it's cheaper if then you compare the price, how you pay for everything separately and you pay for Azure only, it's cheaper. So that's why.
Yeah, and a lot of companies use that one. Is a common tool for a lot, like big companies. As you said, you work in Apple. Does they use?
No, Apple
Azure?
doesn't use. And the reason is very simple. Apple doesn't use a lot of Google services, a lot of Microsoft services, because they are competitors, right? They don't use many things. And at Apple, I can say that at Apple, everything is bad in terms of task management, bug reporting, because in order to save their secrets, they have to use internal system. They have, for example, how it works for other companies, for startups, for other companies on the market who don't have any secrets. They just use the best solutions on the market, right? Somebody already created something good, really good in the market, and many companies can use that. You just go and use the best you have on the market. Google or Apple, they cannot do that because they have secrets. And if you will store your information with secrets in some third-party system, there is a chance somebody will get your secrets, right? So that's why Apple, they develop their own systems, and they are not the best. So I used to work at Apple, and I can tell that their backtracking system, their document storage systems, and everything else is not the best what you can find in the market. So that's disadvantage there. If you can say Apple is a good company to work at, yes, it's great. But yes, it won't be so ideal in terms of bug reporting, document storage, and everything else. Yeah. So who use Azure DevOps? Any other companies who didn't have like small or middle-sized companies, they use Azure DevOps. Many companies, so there are not only Azure DevOps in the market. For example, there are Amazon Web Services, similar tool as well.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the tool you use. If you would like to, I, for example, personally really like Azure. I didn't know anything about it probably 2 years ago. Then I switched to it when I joined the company currently working at, and it's great. I love it because you can, even at Apple, we had to create some complex pipelines for automation. We had to install Jenkins on our machines. We had to have like hard machines, really real machines, real computers, just on our desktops to create a lot of machines for test automation. Here, you just buy a lot of virtual machines, and that's it. You don't have to buy computers. And virtual machines are not so expensive as to buy real hardware, right? So it's really easy to work with, and that's why I'm using it. It's really simple and it's convenient. So that's why this is the reason to use Azure DevOps, because everything in one place. It's cheaper comparing to all the many licenses, and everything in one place, and it's easier to manage. That's why, and you will see this today. So let me quickly add the rest of the people, because I was thinking I can do that parallelly, answering questions and do that parallelly, but I cannot. I realized that I cannot. Okay, let me add quickly. I'm quickly adding everybody. But it's better, guys. It's better to just watch what I post in those events and just do this in advance. So it will be saving us time right now. Would be saving, but
Arthur, may I ask something?
go ahead, of course.
So I was following your video and everything, and that's good that I started early at 9, figuring out my Gmail account and Microsoft and all those things to be able to log in for the project. And then I received an email. It says, Dev Azure is now ready. Start your project. So it doesn't show what you were saying, what you were showing in the video.
Did you get email invitation from me, like saying join the project? You have been invited. Please join this project, according to the video. Because what you probably did, you register in Azure DevOps, but the email you're talking about, probably when you created your own project and it's ready right now, it was created. That's what usually happens. And yeah, I don't know why, but I see that a lot. So when I invite people to Azure, they create their own project, and then they come and say, "Hey, I'm able to see this," but I say, "Hey, this is your project. That's not my project," and that's what you get email about. So
I received something saying the 401 error code, or you do not have access. Your account is not authorized to view this.
This is what
page.
usually happens.
Okay.
This is what usually happens. Did you use?
It's a bug.
Yeah, it's a bug. Yeah, it's a bug, really. And Sergey, the other teacher at TechStart, he just joined Microsoft as senior engineer. So I told him, hey man, you have to fix this because it's bothering me. And yeah, actually he will be working on Azure. His project is Azure DevOps, so that's good. Okay. I almost done with all the emails you have sent me. So let me. Yeah. So what you need to do, go and create another email. That's what usually helps. Create some email on Gmail, just fresh email, and do everything in incognito mode in Chrome, for example. Just do that in incognito mode, and it will help you. Because what usually happens in the most of the cases, for example, we're using Azure right now. So I just have sent all the other emails.
Have you sent me the email invitation by any chance?
I just sent email invitation to everybody who just sent your emails in the chat.
I didn't send my email in the chat. Okay, so let me send it to you.
So what usually happens?
So let me try again.
What usually happens? We have Azure. We use Azure in our company right now, and people already have the access to Azure already. But I add them to different projects, and they are not getting that access to that project because of this problem. So they have an access. They have an existing email Microsoft account, and they use their work email for working with Azure. And I add them to different projects, and they're getting this 401 error. And this is known bug, yeah. So I have noticed this. That's why I created that video trying to resolve that in advance. Okay, and Romanov,
Arthur?
Yeah.
Hello. I had same problem like about access, but I did how you saying in your YouTube video, just like sign out and sign in again, and it's helped me. I had same problem, but I just resigned it and everything was okay. Maybe it's helped.
Yeah, that usually helps. Yeah, if you do everything in incognito mode, you try to sign off and then sign in again. Usually that helps. So. Okay, guys, I'm sending the last, this is the last call. This is the last call, and I'm going to send the rest of the invitations. Go ahead. Okay. Good. Okay, no people sitting in waiting room. So we have, seems like we have everything on board. Okay, good. Let me know if you have any questions. We can stop again, but let's get started. Let me then quick quickly stop sharing my videos and share my screen.
And now it says create new organization.
No, you don't have to create new organization. What you need to see is you need to see, wait, TechStart organization here and random raffle here. This is what you need to see. You need to see this project and this organization.
So what do I do again? I'm sorry.
Did you get the invitation from Azure in your email? Then you need to click join there.
Mm-hmm. Searching. Okay, you have been invited. Yes, join.
Yeah, and then you click join.
Nope, you do not have access.
Yes, that's why, because you already joined. That's what I'm talking about, right? You already joined. You have an access to Azure, right? You're using your email. It's already there in the system, and it shows you create new organization, because if you don't have organization over here, it will show you create new organization. Yes. I have many of them, right? I have 7, and for you it will be showing create new organization because you're already in. That's what I recorded the video saying, that do nothing, wait for the invitation and then click join there, and you do this in new incognito window. Why? Because everything you did already with this account will be cached in your browser, will be cached, and then you will try to do that even with different account. It will be showing you error here. So that's why I suggested go to incognito window and do everything there. Create a new Gmail account, then wait for the invitation, and then
I am on the tablet, Arthur, and I'm in Gmail. And then when I click the 3 dots on the right, it doesn't give me that incognito option. That's why it says
usually on tablet, I believe you click plus over here, and it will give you the opportunity to select incognito or not, something like that. On the phone like that, I'm not sure.
Maybe it's more help if lady, she can share screen with you and you can see what happened on her screen.
Yeah, let me just quickly check.
It will be faster.
Yeah, because I
yeah, if you can share your, let me stop sharing. Try to share your screen.
Okay, I'll need help with
that. Let me find other emails to share to me. People asking, do I need Microsoft account for join? You will create it. If you don't have the email, the Microsoft account with that email, it will tell you create one, and you will just quickly create it. It takes like a minute to create. Yeah, there is a video actually how to do that.
Yeah, it's on Facebook. That was helpful.
Okay. So are you able to share your screen?
How would I do that?
You should have that option, share your screen. Do you?
Share content?
In Zoom,
screen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then switch to your, so we see something on your screen, but switch to your Google Chrome or the other browser you're using. Okay. You have been invited. Okay. Join now. Okay, and try to sign out. Try to sign out. Okay, good. And then sign. Let me see what will be showing.
But this is my Gmail email, and
That's
then you
fine.
send me. also on my Yahoo email. That's why I'm confused.
Try the one I sent you the invitation for. Okay, and no, go back. Log off again. Just click on your DS on the right top corner. Nothing. Okay. No, then on the user icon, left, on the left. Yeah, not here. Go back. Okay, we need to sign off. So there is a DS, right, icon, and there is a user with small gear. Yeah, click on it, right? Is there a time log off?
Mm-mm.
No, okay. Click on Azure DevOps on the left top corner. Nothing. Interesting. Okay, click, sign out over here and log in with different account. Okay, good. Let's sign
This
out.
would be a new account that I will have to create.
It's better to do that. Yeah, you don't have. So it's better to use
the incognito. Let me see.
If you click plus, what happens? Plus, wait. Oh, nothing here. I don't see anything. Oh, this is, oh, you're not using Chrome. This is Safari, right? Okay.
I'm not sure what I click.
Yeah, this is Safari. Yeah, it opens
it's
automatically for you. Okay.
I can go back and click on Chrome. Join now, Chrome.
Open Chrome. Let's see. Okay, click three dots on the right on your account. Those 3 dots. Forget. And now, yeah, log in over here.
Create one?
Here. No, not create one. Just you already have, yeah, the account. So just try to log in. You need to provide an email. Yeah.
Is everyone seeing my screen?
Yes, we see your screens probably. You need to. Oh, right now we don't see. Yeah, you can type. We don't see your keyboard right now.
This is funny. Sorry, guys, for holding you.
That's what usually happens during the course as well. So, and I can tell you that. So what we can do right now? Try to sign off, completely sign out. Forget your account again. Oh, wait. Yes, you have it. Click TechStart.
Where?
Yeah. Click dev Azure TechStart.dev. Click it. Do you see it? No. Go back. No, click TechStart.dev on the left.
Oh my God! Thank you.
You're here, right? You're here. Yeah. Yes. You see the project. You can click on it. Yes, you are in. Good. So everybody should see this. You should be able to see TechStart.dev, right? It took for us a while. You have to sign out, then sign back in and play with it a little bit. But this is the bug they have in the system. But it should work because I gave you the access to the system. And eventually, if you do everything properly, you try to sign out, you try to sign back in, and then forget your account, you will be able to see. Just play with it.
I'm sorry, really quick, Arthur. Can you show me the incognito mode so I can know for next time?
I don't know in Safari. You're in Safari right now. It's not Chrome again. I don't know why it opens Safari again.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let me share my screen somehow.
Yeah, I will just
stop
share mine. So I will take that from you. Okay. Are you able to see my screen now, guys?
Yes.
Yes, good. Okay, that's good. What usually happens that people, other people, they just hesitate to ask questions. And sometimes we just, what we just did helps others to understand, because they have problems, because but they don't want to ask questions. Maybe they hesitate to ask questions, and they just sit and wait. And other people who ask questions, they are more proactive. They help others to understand. So that's good. If you ask questions, you're not only helping yourself, but probably helping other people who just sit and do not ask. Okay, let's go to our project. So this is our project. This is one single place where we manage our project. And that's why it's convenient, because if we go to Wiki, for example, here we store our documentation. We can store any other information. So in Wiki, K-Team can store their documentation about their procedures, about how they report bug reports, about how they estimate, maybe some onboarding processes for newcomers or anything else. Same for development team. So we can store any documentation here. As of now, we have functional requirements here. We have like description of the application. What is this? Is a web application for generating random number of winners from the list of participants. So we have the list of participants. We can define amount of winners, and then we click generate, and it generates winners out of those participants. And there's other logic, validation, checking for how many winners we have defined, how many participants are there to check, and it will show error messages and so on. This is small, simple application for us to test. This is the URL where that application will be located. And this is the link to functional requirements. I can click here or here. So this is just documentation for our application. That just imagine that you bought something, just any tool, and now you have to read documentation. Now you have to use this user guide in order to understand your application and ask questions. So how we do that? So the first step you do, you work with the software requirements, you read them, you try to understand, you look for contradictions, ambiguities, incompleteness, and then you go and ask business analyst question over here and ask a list of those questions. And then you work with business analyst, and business analysts have to answer your questions and then update documentation accordingly, so it's clear and understandable for everybody on the project. That's how you ensure a good quality of documentation that will be used for everybody in the team, by you, by other testers to write test cases, by developers to create the application. So that's how you ensure the quality of the application in advance. At this point, when we have documentation, nothing is there. Code is not there. Development team work with this documentation as well. They read documentation, they try to understand how they will create that application, and based on this documentation, they will start creating that. And our goal is to make it clear for them to understand, and for us as well to understand. And this is our goal. So first thing, let's try to understand how I usually do that. So I read the documentation and I compare with the design. So usually there is a design of the page, and I try to read the statements and then compare with the design to understand how it will look like. Sometimes designs are published in some other spaces or other documents. So usually you open two windows, one window with the text, second window with documentation, with the design. In our case, we have everything in a single space. So I will just scrolling. So I will just reading and scrolling in order to understand how it looks like. Okay, so let's start. This is just the overview. This is not the requirement, saying that random raffle is 2-page application, and it's created using JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Okay, and here are the requirements. So web page properties. Page title is random raffle. In this case, for example, let's say you're a newcomer. You say, hey, what is page title? I don't know. You have colleagues, you have your team lead, you have your team manager, and you can go and ask questions. Usually you have a team chat, you can go and ask questions in, and you go to that chat and you ask questions. Hey, colleagues, please help me to understand what is page title. And they will tell you, hey, this is what you see here. When you open your application in browser tab, what do you see here? It's page title. So in our case, when we will open the application, it should display random raffle here, clear, and page icon, or it's called fav icon for web pages, is this. It should be this, 2 raffle tickets. Instead of this is icon of TechStart.dev website. So this is our icon, and this is our page title, right? In our case, it will be random raffle for that application, and this will be the icon. Is that clear here? Is everything clear here? And you understand how to test and what to test. Guys, just say yes or no.
Yes.
Yes, it's clear. I agree. Yeah, so it's clear. So once you open the application, you will need to log here and see, okay, is it random raffle? Yes. Is it, is the icon this? Yes, that is. So this is how we will do next. Okay. Then we go to landing page elements. So what is landing page? Landing page design. This will be the landing page. Okay, so let me see how it looks like. Okay, good. Then let's start. It consists of title, logo, then raffle configuration card, participants card, and raffle start button. Let me see. So this is the title. This is the logo. Okay, this is the logo. Then we have, what is the third element? The third element is raffle configuration card. So let's see back. This is it. This is the raffle configuration card. Good. Participants card. This is the participants card. Good. And the raffle start button. Okay. And this is the button. Okay. So it consists of 5 elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is how you read. And you read and try to understand, because you don't have the application on this stage, because developers, they didn't create it yet. So you just read and try to understand. And if you find something you're missing or you are not understanding, then you need to go to business analyst and ask questions. Okay. Then we see title. Okay, title. The text is random raffle. This is the title, and the text should be random raffle. If you use design, the text may not match, because the text may change. If, for example, I want, as a business analyst, I want to change text and have it different, but design remains the same, I will change the text in the requirements, and developers, they will change them, that text in the application, but the design will remain the same. So design, we check to see how the elements, where the elements located, how they look like, how they are related in relation to each other, something like that. So we don't check the design in terms of text. We just check it in terms of like how the elements located and look like. So if the text here is not matching what you have in the text, it's fine, because this is the main requirement, because we can change this without changing the design. For example, if tomorrow I decide change the title, I will change it. Development team will change it in the application accordingly, but we don't have to change the design. It will remain the same, because in general, page will look the same, but the text will be just different. Okay. Font size is this, which is 32 pixels. Okay, so I cannot check it right now. I will check it in the application, but that means that the size is some specific, and that we will need to check it once we test. Text weight is bold, and text is middle aligned. Okay, so it's bold, it's visibly bold, and it's middle aligned. Okay, so as of now, it's clear for me, everything here. Anybody have questions here? Yeah, please go ahead and ask. Do not hesitate.
When you have updates on the requirements, how is the communicated? Then the business analyst send back information with the new requirements?
Yeah, usually, yeah. So what we will do, for example, I am a business analyst. So we will see Arthur Senko. Okay, I have some questions. So we will list all questions here. We will list all our questions here, even like this. And we will list them. Then business analyst responsibility to answer those questions and update the documentation accordingly. If you, for example, say, hey, there is contradictions. In one place it says button is blue, another place it says button is green. So your goal, if business analyst answers, oh, it was copy pasting or old info, the button should be green. So in place when it says red is not correct. So you need to make sure that business analyst not only replies in the comment, but also updates the documentation accordingly. So this is how we work. So right now we go through documentation. We need to list all questions we have. And then once business analyst answers, we just need to make sure the documents are updated accordingly. This is the first step. So our goal right now, go through documentation, see if we understand everything, and then ask questions if not. And this is the next step, first step. And then we will go to next step and you will understand better. So let's concentrate on the first step. So let's read the documentation and see if we understand everything and we don't have any other questions. Okay, title. Is everything clear here? Or anybody has any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So it says that the font size should be 32, but if we take a look at the application, it's obvious that the font size is different because the raffle configuration and the number of winners look different, but they both should be 32 and bold.
They, right now, they describe, this is just the first part, title, right? So we are just talking about title. Title is this part.
Okay, I got you.
This is configuration, raffle configuration card, and there is separate description for this. Right now, they're just talking about this. Okay, so that's good. That's a good question. Okay. Okay, let's go to logo. Logo is this. Yeah, it looks like it's the same. And size is 121 by 121 pixels. We don't know the size right now, but we will check it in the application. But it's clear. The size is clear that it should be like that, and we will check it. I don't have any questions here. Anybody?
No.
Okay, good. Let's go to the next section. Raffle configuration card. The raffle configuration card is this part. Okay, so what we have there? We have, it has the card title, raffle configuration, with colon. Okay, yes, raffle configuration with colon. Okay, good. It works. Seems like fine. Card title font size is 1.2 rams or 19.2 pixels. We cannot check it right now, but we have that information. That's good. Font weight is bold. Seems like yes, it's bold comparing to number of winners. Okay. Oh, here is the something unclear, right? It says is bold, but it was bold and middle aligned here. So let me then state my first question. It is sorry. This is the raffle configuration card title. Let me do like this. Copy, and I will just leave the part I'm interested in. Configuration card. does that mean? Okay, this is my first question. Good. Okay, because it's confusing. Probably it was copy pasting. What usually happens, why we have mistakes in documentation, because business analysts, if they describe something similar, they just copy paste and they forgot to remove something or update something, and that's how it happens. Some confusing statements. So we just need to make sure that it's not confusing developers, not confusing us. So we ask those questions. Okay, it has input field label, number of winners with the column. Here it is. Number of winners with the colors. Okay, has the input field. Okay, we see the input field over here. Good. Okay, this is the input field width. We don't have a chance to check it right now, but it's clear. So there is a width, and we will need to check it once we have the application. The default value is 1. Okay, it shows 50 here as an example, but it should be 1 once we open the application. Minimum value is 1 and max value is 999. Okay. Any questions regarding this raffle configuration card?
Sometimes these default values, they cannot say that is like the placeholder for the input fields. They're wondering. So sometimes
it's different. So placeholder is when the field is empty, right? But they is write grayed out text, and it's not editable. When you just input something in the field, that placeholder disappears. In this case, they say default value. So we can ask, actually, let me ask raffle configuration card. That's a good point. We can ask that. If you're unclear, you just ask business analyst, and business analyst will, default value is 1. Is this a placeholder or a value in the field? That's a good question.
When you have this type of questions, sometimes also you might not understand what they like. Some people can say there is in the default input field, or it could be a placeholder. Which should we ask the business developer analyst, sorry, or should we try also to Google it?
I would start with your colleagues. I would start with your colleagues, right? So you have the team usually you work with, and you have your team lead. If you have, because it's usual when you come to the company and they have something you didn't work with previously, and you have questions regarding it. So it's fine to ask anybody. Everybody should be supportive. Everybody in the project should be supportive and help you to understand. But it's better to ask those questions internally first if you don't understand something specific. For example, what is input field? Because it's obvious. Input field is the field when you can do some input, right? So this is the field when you can do some input. If you don't know that, just go and ask internally your teammates or your team lead, because there are always people who can ask your questions. If they are not able to answer your questions, that means, okay, your question is valid. Nobody knows what is that. So then you go to business analyst or other people who can know, right? But if this question is obvious and it's understandable for everybody, so your team will be able to help you. So start with your team first, and then go to business analyst and other people if you didn't get an answer in your team. So that would be the approach.
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead.
Arthur, I can see on the picture that we have a rectangle which surrounds the rifle configurations, but it says nothing in the requirements. So
good question. Yeah, we don't have any requirement about that. That's good. Let's say seems like raffle configuration card does not have the requirements for card border and its round edges. Please clarify. Okay, this is how we round edges. This is how we ask questions. Yeah, that's a really good question. Same for participants card, I believe. It will be valid for participants card as well, because I don't see that there as well. Okay. Any other questions about this, Guy?
Yeah. Can we also ask if they can specify color of the text? Should be it's white?
Yes, we can. I believe in this case, logically, I think that in this case, the color is not for the card, but for the website in general. Because as you can see, we have this theme, right? When you have like dark background and white text, and probably it will be applicable not for the card only, but for the entire application. But that's a good question. No info about app background and the text color. Okay, good, awesome. Guys, it's really awesome. Any other questions? Okay, let's move forward. So we have participants.
Sorry,
card.
one more question. Sorry. What about it? This should be all letters in capital or like a normal, the text?
I believe it's like here, right?
Normal style, right?
Yeah, the style is noted here. So if they say the first uppercase and the rest of them lowercase, it should be like that. So they specify text, and you need to focus on the text. If you come to the application and your text in requirements is this, but in the application it will be uppercase, so it's a bug, because it's difference between the requirements and your actual behavior. But this is the requirement. It should be like this. So you have this information already here.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Good. Awesome. Participants card. Here we have it. So it has participants. It has this text. It has the list of participants you will define. Okay. So what do we have here? Has the card title participants with colon. Okay. Yeah, it will be here. Good. Size. Title font weight. Good. Same question here. It's actually same issue probably. It was just copy pasting. I bet it was just copy pasting because the description is the same and same mistake. And participants card. Participants card. Okay, let me scroll down. And participants card title. Okay, now we will clarify that both of them are confusing. Good. Has the instruction text. Enter participants into the text area below separated by comma. No dot, nothing. Okay, let's check. Yeah. Good. Has the tab.
Hey.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion, you can open side by side, so you don't have to scroll up and down.
Yeah, but I will need to click over here as well, so it's same for me. So yeah, if it's easier for you to switch windows, that's fine. You can do that. For example, right now on the other computer, I have a big monitor. So I'm using my laptop right now because it will be better for the video I'm recording because the letters will be bigger. And if I'm using my bigger screen, so the letters are so tiny, so it's hard to see them on video recording. So that's why I'm using my laptop. But on the other screen, on the bigger screen I'm usually working on, I just, it's like wide screen. So I create two windows. Over here, like half of the screen, one window, and just open half of the screen, another window, and just compare like that. So this is how I usually work. So yeah, that makes sense. It helps me just to see that design all the times. As of now, I'm on my laptop, so it's easier for me either to scroll or just have two windows over here. So it's easier for me right now to scroll, so that's fine. Okay, so what I see here, what I don't like here, it says test area. I believe this guy called text area. That's just mistake, but let's clarify that. Participants card, test area. Did you mean and do this and it will look good? Text area. I'll show you how it looks like this. It's highlighted when you use backticks for the text. Okay, good. This is the question I have. They say test area to enter participant. It's text. The next thing they have text area. Yeah, so that's probably just typo. Okay, text area width is 200 pixels. Clear enough. Text area height is 12 rows of text. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, seems like that's true. Okay, if entered text exceeds 12 rows, the vertical scroll appears inside the text area. Okay, this is the scroll, good. And this is how they created the design. That's really good design. I like it because whoever created it, they created it in the state, in the maximum state. So they could create it just empty and we wouldn't see how scroll looks like, right? They couldn't be entering anything here. It would be empty. And we would be seeing how the value looks like in the field. So whoever created this design did a great job because they created it in maximum state. So we can see the value here. We can see if we exceed 12 rows, how the scroll looks like. So then it will be easier for us to compare and test. So that's really good. Questions here. We had one question about the border and rounded edges already. Other than that, do you have any questions? Or everything is clear? Okay, let's move then to raffle start button. So there's a button at the bottom, says title raffle, and starts a raffle on clicking. Okay, that's pretty clear. Nothing else. Any questions?
Should we put, I mean, should they put information about the text size?
Yeah, we can ask.
Color and position, like in the middle or something like that.
Yes. Okay, that's good. That's good. There is no information. Where is it located? Good. That's a good question. Any info about location, text, size, text color, location, etc. Good. That's a good question. Awesome.
You wrote location 2 times.
Yeah. Location. Yeah. Okay. Text color, background color. Okay. Any other questions?
I just want to say, so we never assume that if it's not listed, then it doesn't matter. We always have to check.
You look at the design, right? And you see, hey, it has some background over here. It has some text size, but we don't know it, right? We wouldn't see it because what I can see here, right? I can see that this text looks differently than this one, right? So they have different font, probably font family. So it's interesting to ask, because maybe it matters for business analyst or for our client. So we need to ask that, because business analysts may miss that. Maybe. So yeah, that's fine. Any question is good. If business analyst will answer something like, hey, this is standard color from our schema or something like that, we will take that answer and we'll try to understand it. But as of now, that's good. That's a good question to ask about the font size, font color. You just ask questions. There's nothing bad in asking question. Even if business analyst says, it's obvious, we'll be using that or that. So that's fine. Okay. Just ask that question.
And also in other parts, they mentioned the size, for example, right? So only in the last part they didn't. So that's why maybe we have to ask this question, at least about size and location.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
And also, if you have like question, should I ask those kind of questions, like you're asking me right now? Ask your team lead, ask your teammates. They will be asked if they have more experience. For example, you just joined the company and they are working there for like many years. Ask them that question. Should I ask these kind of questions? Ask your team lead, ask your manager, and they will help you to understand if you need to ask this kind of questions. Because maybe on our project or on your future project, all the buttons will look the same, and they all know that the buttons always look the same, and there is no need to ask about background or text size on whatever. So they will know that, and they will answer that question for you. But you need to ask that question. Do not hesitate to ask questions, because the biggest mistake students have during the courses, they don't ask questions, and the biggest mistake software testers have when they join some new company or they just work, they don't ask questions. They try to solve something on their own. They do mistakes. They don't ask questions. And that's bad, because sometimes they do something bad. They miss bugs because they didn't ask that question that would help them to understand the system better. And they would find that bug. They wouldn't miss that. And the clients would be seeing that bug in production environment. So then somebody will come to you and say, hey, you tested this functionality. How did you miss this bug? And in order not to do that, just ask questions. You will be sure, and that's better, because some people they hesitate to ask questions. Do not do that. Just ask as many questions as you have. That's why I mentioned that right away today, once we join. If you have questions, go ahead and ask, because you will clearly understand what you need to do if you ask questions, and you will make mistakes if you don't ask questions. Okay, let's move forward. Landing page functionality. So, okay, so they described the elements. Right now, they are describing functionality. Okay, so once you click raffle button, we trigger validation. Okay, some validation. Okay, let's see what we have there. If the number of winners field is empty, this guy, the alert pop-up with text, please specify the number of winners, appears here. Alert pops up. Okay. Now I clearly understand. Okay, if the number of winners field is empty, the alert pops up with the text. Please specify the number of winners. Do we have that alert here? Yes. This is the alert. And it always has this title. It has this error text. So the text will be displayed here, and it has OK button to close. Okay, so the text will be displayed over here. So it will be the same pop-up as I understood, but with different text. That depends on the nature of the problem. Okay, so in this case, if that's empty, this guy is empty, the pop-up will tell us that we need to specify the number of winners. Okay, the text is clear, good. If the number of winners is less than 1 or more than 999, which is our requirements, then the alert will say number of winners should be between 1 and 999. Seems like clear. Okay, number of winners field does not accept any other symbols other than numbers. Okay, so we will just need to test that. So it's a bit confusing here. Should be there error message, or it will just not accept, and when we will be typing, I don't know. I have a confusion here, so I will ask. This is what kind of confusions you need to have, because it's really important, right? So I imagine developer will come to the same point and say, hey, number of winners field does not accept any symbols other than numbers. And one developer will understand that as code the field in order to not accept any symbols when the users are typing. The other developer will understand to create a alert pop up with some error message if we enter something else. So it's confusing. So we need to clarify that with the business analyst. So what exactly expected here? Yes, somebody's typing, yes, what should happen if user enters special character or letter? Yeah. Okay. I will mark it as this. That will help business analysts to clearly see. Like this. What I'm doing this because it will look like this. So this is the statement, and this is my question. That's why I'm marking it. I believe it can be done like this as well. Yeah. This is my question. This is statement. So let me. Okay, so it will look like this. Beautiful. Yeah, so try to do this as well, because if it looks clear for business analysts as well, this shows your quality of work. So if you're expecting quality of business analysts' work because you're asking questions and you would like to have clear requirements, you need to do the same. You need to have clear questions as well. So that's why I'm marking my questions, make them beautiful, and make them clear to understand, so business analysts can see that this is the statement from the requirement, and this is my question. This is the statement from the requirement, and this is my question. Is that clear? Does that look good for you and logical for you? How do you say?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so you need to do that not only for questions, for bug reports, for test cases, for everything. If your statements are clear and understandable for everybody, this is really good job. This is what people will appreciate. What does that mean? What exactly happens when user types special characters or letters? Special characters or letters. Okay. Types in, let's see. Okay, good. Awesome. This is a good question. If the list of participants is empty, the alert pops up with the text, please specify participants. Okay, that's clear. If the number of participants separated by a comma is less than number of winners, the alert pops up with the text, number of winners should be greater. Oh, actually, there is a mistake over here. Should be greater. Typo, seems like it's typo here. Let me then put this again here. Like typo here. Mentioned be twice. This is also important because what usual developers do, they do not type the error message. They will copy it from here and just paste. And if they missed, this, they didn't see that there is a 2Bs and there is a typo, they will just copy and paste that with the error. So it's really important to see something like that. And you just mentioned that business analysts will fix and development team will create better application. So you will prevent issues in the application. Okay. So if the number of participants less than number of winners here, okay, then we have this. If the number of participants is equal to the number of winners, it says the same. The number of winners should be greater than the number of participants. Okay. And if the number of participants separated by comma is greater than the number of winners, the raffle is started and the application displays the result page, the next page. Okay. It's clear. I don't have any questions anymore. Any other questions here?
How you will test these all scenarios? You will go and do manually once, or then you will automate them?
We'll see.
If you know automation, right? But in this case,
we will come to this point once we will review the requirements. Well, once we will create test cases. Of course, today we will test them manually. So functional testing is easy to do manually first, especially if this is first run, because if automation makes sense, if you repeat some actions, if you need to create a bunch of test cases and run them many times, in that case, automation makes sense. But in this case, imagine in this case, you have this functionality developed for the first time. And you need to check that the raffle title, this button title is raffle. How long will it take for you to test it manually? And how long will it take for you to create automation code for it?
It will be very easy to test it manually, right?
Yeah, it will be a few seconds to test manually. You just open the application and check that the text is raffle, right? If you write automation for that, first of all, you need to invest time into creation of the application automation framework first. Then you need to prepare everything. Then you will start writing test cases and even create automated test case. If everything is ready, will take more time for you than to test it manually. This is first time. Then multiply that by the number of test cases you have. So if manual tester will spend a few hours to test this application, automation tester, it will take for them like, I don't know, maybe a few days to cover this application by automation testing. And if this is when framework is ready, but if you need to create framework from scratch, it will take a few more days. And now multiply that by the how much we pay automation tester and manual tester. So it's way better for the company to do the manual testing for functionality is just getting developed, because it's cheaper, easier, and faster. It doesn't make sense to create it by automation testing at this point. Then once we test more functionalities, right, we do more sprints, we test this, then the next sprint we add more functionality to this application, then the next sprint we add more and more and more and more, and we will building the regression suite, the set of test cases to test the application like entirely. And in that case, it makes sense because we will be running that suite every sprint, every cycle. At the end of the cycle, it makes sense to hire an automation engineer and say, hey, manual testers will create test cases and we will test application. You just need to be behind them and use their test cases and cover as much as possible in automation. Then they will go to the next sprint and they will test the next sprint functionalities. not the same. We tested this one time and that's it. We forget about it in terms of manual testing. Then automated tester will cover this and it will be in the system. Then the next sprint, we will be able to run the same test cases. You don't have to do that manually anymore because you will test new functionality only manually. And the old functionality will be tested all the times, every cycle will be tested by automation testing. So that's how you use the automation testing for, because you need to do that for specific reasons, not just because, hey, automation is great. It doesn't make sense to test everything by automation because it's easier to test it manually. It will take, if you take complex application, for example, something like Facebook, right? That application cannot be tested, for example, and you develop something new, right? You see that Facebook is constantly updating and something new is added. Just imagine how much time would be spent for covering everything by automation. For example, Facebook wants to deliver that sooner than later to the customers. Of course, Facebook will test it manually first, and then some person or few people, automation people on the background, they will just cover that by automation, and they will just run constantly to make sure that once we introduce something new, the old functionality is not broken. So that's why we use automation for testing old functionalities, for testing something we need to test quick, very fast, and manual tester is not able to do so, just manually. So there are specific reasons why we use automation. But most of the things, especially new things, are tested manually because it's quick. Test what is happening here. It takes only seconds for manual tester. In order to cover that by automation, it takes hours or days. So that's why it doesn't make sense to cover everything by automation. This is why manual will be always there. And the main reason is because who are users of the applications?
Who are the users for this one specifically?
For every application, you have user on your phone. That's you. That's humans, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That's why. That's why you test it manually as well. So there is no better tester for applications designed for humans than human. That's it. That's the simple answer. So because you developed these applications for yourself, that's why you're the best user to test it. Because you test, you know how it should behave, and you the better tester to test it. So there are specific reasons why we do that. Mike is asking, do you hold automation sessions too? Mike, we cannot do that because if you don't know manual testing, if you don't know coding basics, you are not able to do automation. Let's get back to this slide. You learn manual first. You do coding basics first, and then you go to test automation. And it takes 4 months. So our goal today is just to explain in simple words what is manual QA. But as you can see, this course, for example, the main course we have, the paid course, is 2 months. Because I'm not able, and nobody is able to explain you manual testing in details in 6 hours. It's possible to explain you how it works in order for you to understand if that's something you can do, right? But it's not enough time to explain you, okay, we use these complex test design techniques in order to write test cases. We do not do resume creation here because it's separate big lesson, even several lessons. We don't do mock interviews here because it's like several lessons to do mock interviews, to prepare for the interview and everything else. So this is everything we do on the main course. The goal of today's course to show you, okay, this is what you do when you work as a software tester in simple words, so you're able to understand if this is something you're capable of doing. And that's the goal of today's course, for you to show, because some people, unfortunately, they pay $5,000 for for the course like this, it's not our price, right? We are way cheaper, but there are courses on the market who do this, the same manual coding plus automation for 5,000. And people go to those courses, then they realize that seems like it's not for me. And they lose $5,000 and they leave the course, they lose those money. And that's the goal of this course, to show you, hey guys, this is how it works. And just to understand if this is for you or not. And answering your second question, coding basics, we use JavaScript. Why we use JavaScript is very simple, because you can see we have 6 courses and everything can be done in JavaScript. So the JavaScript right now is the most popular language. Maybe there are some more popular languages for automation. Maybe there are some more popular languages for mobile development, like if you take only mobile development. But if you take in general, there is no language as popular as JavaScript to do everything. Because with JavaScript, you can do coding, you can do test automation, you can do, and actually Cypress right now, test automation framework, Cypress is the most popular in the world, and it's in JavaScript because it's easy and simple. Front-end development, React.js, it's JavaScript-based framework. And it's the most popular front-end framework in the world right now. If you ask, hey, Google, hey, Facebook, hey, Apple, hey, Aluma, the company I work at, what do you use for your front end? Hey, Microsoft, actually, Sergey just joined Microsoft. Hey, what do you use for front end? We use React. Everybody uses React right now, and it's JavaScript. And why do you use full stack development? Hey, we use React plus Express.js plus MongoDB, and everything is in JavaScript. Why use for mobile development? Okay, we used to use a lot of coding languages, one for Android, one for iOS development, but now we switched to React Native, because React Native is a one single framework, and you didn't have to have 2 teams, one team for Android, second team for iOS. Now we use JavaScript, which is React Native, and our mobile application is automatically created for Android and for iOS. So we switch to React Native, and now we have a single team and develop 2 products for iOS and for Android. That's why we choose JavaScript. And during automation course, answering your question, we learn WebDriver IO first, because it's the most complex and the most capable of doing everything framework. And also probably we will be also learning Cypress, because Cypress is simpler. It's not super difficult, super capable of. For example, Cypress cannot do cross-browser testing, cannot do mobile testing, but it's very simple for web development, and many startups developing web applications using Cypress, because it's simple. If they take those limitations and they agree with them, they use Cypress, and that's why it's popular, because it's easy. And if you have only web application, you can use Cypress only. WebDriver is complex, and it's better to use as a first framework, because once you know WebDriver IO, you can learn everything else, anything. Okay, so let's get back to our course. This is how it works, guys. Okay, questions as of now? BA mixed up participants and winners. Could it happen in real life? Did you see this? Yes, everything can happen, because business analysts, they are just copying and pasting, right? And they're also humans. They do mistakes as we do. So that's possible. Everything's possible. You just need to be precise and need to make sure that you're paying attention to details, try to understand how it works, and then you will find those issues. Because if you're just reading without trying to understand, without paying attention to details, you will miss the problems. You will miss the problems that will cause the problems in the code, because developers will be copy pasting, they will be confused, they will create bugs. because you didn't pay attention to details. And that's how you improve the quality of your application. You're a good tester if you pay attention to details starting from requirements. You start ensuring the quality of application by working with the requirements. If you do not do that, it will be more bugs in the applications, and that means you will spend more time because you will be writing them, developers will be fixing them, then you will be rechecking them. So you will just burn companies' money because many people will spend more time, and maybe you won't be able to complete your cycle. You will have to move some functionalities to the next cycle because you didn't have time, because there were so many bugs in the system, so you spend a lot of time on them. So that's why it's really important to be very attentive to details on every stage of software development, because that's your goal. You're not just monkey who will be doing monkey testing and just, hey, test this, it should be red, blah, blah, blah. No, your goal is to be smart and ensure quality during all the stages. So you start with the documentation because it will be used by everybody, by your team, by other testers, by development team. And as clear it is, as better the code. So you need to make sure that you make it clear and it's super clear for everybody on the project. That's why we ask questions, because we would like everybody to understand this functionality and how to develop it. Okay, then we have this alert. Consists of this page says title, it's always the same, error text, and OK button that closes the pop-up when clicking. Questions regarding this?
Maybe 10 minutes break.
Yeah, let's have a few more minutes. We have 11:55 right now. Let's do that till 12 and we'll have some break. Or maybe let's finish it till results page, because results page is small. We can finish with the requirements, ask questions, then we will go to break. During the break, business analyst will answer questions, and we will come when we have the answers for the questions. How about that?
Artur, and please could you send invitation? I fill out this form again for participate this course.
Okay, let's do that during the break. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
The other emails during the break, and we'll answer questions. We'll add you to the project. Okay, good. Results page. So we have this results page. Once we click, and the number of winners was less than the number of participants, because the number of participants should be greater than the number of winners. It doesn't make sense to conduct a raffle, right, when you have less participants than winners, right? So that's why we have this error message. Or it doesn't make sense even if they are equal, because if there is the same number of winners as the number of participants, all people are winners. So that's why we have this situation when the number of participants should be always greater than the number of winners. Okay, so we have the same thing. We have title with logo, winners card. So it has 4 elements: title, logo, winners card, and new raffle button. Let's see. Good. It looks the same. Good. The text is random raffle. It is the same. It just copy paste. Yeah, because it is the same. Okay. Then we have winner's card. And we have the same, I have the same questions as we did for the others. Raffle configuration card, participants card, and winner's card title. Good. Same here. All cards do not have the requirements. Okay, title. Here's the title. Title size, title weight is bold. Same mistake as here. Copy paste. List of winner names as they were entered. Interesting. What does it mean? Do you understand this? Or we need to ask probably.
Maybe it's mean like what name they use it, like nickname or a real name, maybe this kind.
I think logically that means that they should be displayed exactly the same as we entered them here. Probably that's what they mean. But
Well,
let's
better
ask.
just ask.
Yeah, it's better to ask. Yeah, I agree with you.
Like for me, it's pretty clear, this one, and I wouldn't ask, is it gonna be not good?
No, if you're clear, that's fine. It doesn't clear for me, that's why I'm asking.
Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good. Only unique names, no duplicates. Is that clear? It should be clear.
Yes.
It means that it's random, but it shouldn't be like 2 Arthurs or 2 Milas. Of course, I believe when business analyst was creating this, he or she was using just the first names, but usually when you do raffle, you just mention first and last names, so there are not like duplicates, or even if there are people with the same names, you just do using something, maybe middle name to have them unique, right? So that's why that means that they should be uniques, no duplicates. So the same unique name should be not mentioned twice, which makes sense for the winners. Each winner name is a new line. Okay, that sounds simple here. Okay. Number of winners corresponds to what we configured on the landing page. That means that what we configured here, so it should be the same here. That's really important because maybe you said 6 and it's showing only 4. So that's a good requirement. Logical. Okay. New raffle button. Okay, this guy. Title, new raffle. Opens the landing page and clicking. That's clear, but same thing as for the previous button. And new raffle button. Okay, so we will ask about all of them in one round. Okay, here's the design, and that's it. We did that, guys. 12:01, we did that. Awesome. Okay, any other questions? Because I will be sending the question to business analyst. I don't have anything else. So, okay, then I will click add. Business analyst will get the email. That's me, actually. I should get an email saying that I was mentioned in the comment, and then my responsibility will be to answer these questions. Okay, so I will do that. In meanwhile, everybody who has the access to the project, you can overview these requirements and feel free to mention my name, use then mention my name, and then ask any questions over here. Just click enter, the number, and ask questions. And you have time for that right now. And if you have any questions, yeah, just please go and ask. So let's have 30 minutes break. I will put the recording on pause right now, and I will not stop this meeting. I will put it on pause, and I will mute myself let's have 30 minutes break. We'll see you at 12:32, and we will start continuing working with the business analyst, and then we'll go to creating test cases. Questions?
Enjoy lunch, everyone.
Thank you, you too. And I can say, guys, really good job. I like your proactivity. I like that you're asking questions, like you're using my microphone a lot, asking questions, answering questions. That's really good. That's a really good start. So see you in 30 minutes. 12:32, we'll start and we'll continue our course. So see you. Have a good lunch. Bye-bye. Yes, Yana, you're asking if, yes, video will be published. And if you joined us from Facebook, it will be posted in that Facebook event. If you joined us from Meetup, it will be posted in Meetup. I will upload it to YouTube, and you will be able to watch it. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Well, seems like we had the recording all this time. That's fine. I will trim that out. Okay, let me share my screen. Sorry, I need a few more minutes because actually today my old friends, we have 15 years after the school graduation party in Ukraine, and they were calling me. So unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to answer your questions. I quickly sent another round of invitations to Azure, and I'm replying to your questions right now. So let me, hey, who's doing that? And let me reply to these questions now. Let me see how to remove this annotation. Clear. Okay. Oops. Good. Okay, so let me just answer these questions right away over here. As a business analyst, I'm answering them right now. So let me see. So first one, raffle configuration card. So we had that mistake or typo over here. That card is bold middle aligned. That was just a typo. It should be card title is middle aligned. So we know that it is in the middle. Raffle configuration card default value is 1. Is that placeholder or a value in the field? It is a value. This is the answer. Seems like all cards do not have the requirements for card border and it round edges. Please clarify. Okay. Yes. The border should be 1 pixel thick, and white color, white color with rounded edges. Okay, let's see. On that edges. No info about a background and the text color. Okay. So I will need to check with development team first, and then as a business analyst, I will need to see what we have there because it's a main theme and it's applied for the entire application. Or I just will not reply to this question yet. will reply later separately. Okay. Yes, just typo. Okay, Raffle start button and any info about location, text size, color, background color, etc. No. No. Just test according to design. Because to the design specific for that. So sometimes that happens that in our case, for example, this button is just generic browser button. So development team just says button and specifies the text inside of it. Everything else is controlled by browser, and it may look like this in Chrome. It may look differently in Safari or let's say Firefox and so on. So we do not control this button. We do not specify any properties like background color or font size or everything else. So it will be controlled by browser and really depends on the browser default settings. So that's why just take a look at design and test according to it. If it looks differently, then raise a bug. If it looks the same, that's fine then, because we do not have any specific requirements for that, and that is fine. That's not a priority for us. So that's also kind of reply you can get. Okay. It should not allow user enter anything else other than numbers. Other than numbers. Okay. So we know that it shouldn't be allowing us to do that. Okay. Number of winners should be greater than the numbers of participants. Seems like typo here. To be yes. Yes, you're right. List of winners' names as they were entered. Somebody's. Let me open the chat on my other. Some people are joining. What means, so you have somebody has a question. Ruslan is asking, I have a question. What should happen if the program cycle finishes? What screen user can see on his screen? I don't know, according to requirements, we see this screen and you can close your browser right away on this screen, or you can click new raffle and go back to the previous screen. So it actually depends on you where you finish and where you close your application, because there are two screens. If you click raffle on the previous page and configure everything properly, you go to this page. If you click new raffle, you go back to the previous page, and that's it. But you can close your browser at any point and there is no end. It really depends on you, right? Does that clarify your question? Okay, good. That means that exactly how a user specifies them in the list of participants. Okay, let's say Mike Brown should be Mike Brown, Lisa Mean, for example, should be like Mike Brown. Oh man, somebody's asking to come. Okay, Mike Brown. Mike Brown. How to type like multi-lines here? I don't know. Okay. Then in Mike Brown. Okay, that should be clear. Okay, so business analysts replied, but what is important here is just to make sure that business analyst updates everything in requirements, because what we can see here, business analyst replied and says, yes, this is what I mean, what I meant, right? This is how it should look like, but we didn't see any updates in the requirements. So what business analysts should do as well. So what you need to do now, you need to go and add a comment. Hey, Arthur, please update the requirements accordingly. So let's do that. Who wants to do that? Let's give some actions to you. Who want to do that? Come on, guys. Turn on your microphone.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Who wants to go and ask question business analyst? Come on, who has an access to the project, who can go here, mention my name and say, hey, Arthur, please update the requirements accordingly. That's what you need to do. So, okay, everybody can do that. So go to overview, wiki, then you can click functional requirements here as well. Go to this page, scroll down, and add a comment. Actually, many people as want may come here and ask me a question. So go and try. So everybody who has an access to the project, go to wiki functional requirements and say, hey, Arthur, please update the requirements accordingly. And I'll start updating them right away. And you please go as many as possible. So if there will be 10 comments or 40 comments, it's fine. Go and ask. Okay, and I will go and change. Okay, all these guys. Here and here. Okay, so I changed one thing. Second one. Guys, I don't see any comments. Come on. Try participate. That's your experience. That's good for you. Try to play with the system. You all ask for the access to the project. Please go and ask that question. Please ask me to update the requirements accordingly. It's a value, so we just clarified, nothing to change here. Okay, this should be for every card. Okay. Design. Okay. And I need to copy this for every card. Okay, good. And one more card over here. So yes, I updated all of them. What else we have here? Text area. Text area will.
Hi, Archer. Are you able to see any comments from me?
Nice. Can you please update the requirements accordingly? Okay, guys, awesome. Yeah, I need more. Come on, guys. There are way more people I added to this project. So please go ahead and ask. Okay, I clarified this. Good. I will. Text area and plus about the buttons. Design spec. To check size, location, font, etc. Okay, so that will be for the buttons. General statement to clarify everything. Okay, good. Number of winners. It shouldn't allow enter anything other than numbers. Okay, we will add this and correct typo. Okay. Number of winners field. It just does not accept. It just doesn't accept any other characters. That's it. That we corrected, and somewhere it was twice B. Should be. Okay, here. Okay, this is the clear requirement. Good. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Okay, this is just a clarification. So no need to update something here. Let me clarify one, the last one about the page requirement. Let me go to here, try to open this guy, and I will give you color should be this, the background color should be this. Okay. So this is the requirements for the page in general. Web page properties. Okay, so we'll add it like this, just right here. So page background color is dark gray. Color code is this. Page font color is white, and color code floral white. Oh man, it's white. Okay, so now we have everything. And I need to mention, I skipped something, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No info about number 4. It's shifted. I had 8, 9, I have 2 here. Okay, so I need to reply about this one as well. Updated. Please see What section? Oh, I can copy the link to it. Okay. Good. So seems like we clarified everything. Any remaining questions you have? Okay. Good. Now, so Icha is asking how to get to edit screen. What do you mean by edit screen? Turn on your microphone and ask. Okay, while you trying to do that, we will go to the next phase. So here's the thing. So we did a great job because right now we clarified everything, not only for us in order to prepare great test cases, but also for development team. Because now they have clear requirements in order to work and create a great application without many bugs. So we prevented a lot of issues in our application. So that's why you do this. That's why you work with the requirements, not only to help you understand the system better and create better test cases, but also to help development team to understand it better as well. So they create better application. Okay, once we do this, usually, so we have this some phase during which we work with business analyst, development team also may ask some questions and leave comments in this document as well. And after that, we go and do our test planning, and development team go and do their planning and start developing the application. So, and the idea is, by the time we are done with the test planning, they are done with some code, and we are good to go and start testing. So we do that parallelly. We go and test plan, and they go and create the application. So next step will be test planning. So if we go here, we have test plans over here, as you can see, right? I will go back. I will, first of all, I will remove this test plan because I don't need it anymore. And then test plan ID. And then we will need to create test plans and test cases in those test plans. So how it works? Actually, there is a bit confusion because according to our test theory, right, what we learned, there is a test plan document, which is different from test cases. But what you will see on practice, that many companies, many people, especially development people, not testers or managers, they will say, hey, did you do test planning? And by saying that they will mean that did you create test cases for the application? Because test plan document means, and it created once before the project starts. Usually it's done by QA lead or QA manager. It describes, okay, this is the amount of people we will have. This is the technologies we will use. This will be our laptops. If we have mobile testing, these are the devices we'll be using, and so on. So just general description of the test approach. That is called test plan. And it's usually shared with stakeholders to show them that we will be doing this, and this is our approach for testing. And they approve it, and then we hire people because we mentioned the number of people in QA team there, and it's usually done by experienced people, either QA leads or managers, usually by managers. So this is how it works. So you wouldn't do that if you're a junior person. So what you will be doing is working with test cases. And many people call the test plan, even if you can see here in Azure, Microsoft calls that test plans. And test plans here is just a set of test cases. So just to let you know, so you're not confused, because some people may say test plan, go and create test plan. And if you will Google it, you will see that, oh, this is a document describing the phases, the approach, and blah, blah, blah. No, most of the people, they will mean set of test cases. So how it's done? Easy. Because you already have the requirements. So let me open the requirements, and now probably I will do the 2 screens. Okay, so we have functional requirements. So what we need to do is break down everything to logical pieces, because we have a test plan, which is level 1. So let me name it somehow, test. I will change the name, test. Then I have suite, let's select static suite, which is like sub-level of the test plan. And let's name it suite 1. And then the next level will be the test case itself. Right. So so what we can do, so there is no need for you, right? Because there are several people working on the project usually. So testing team can be 20 people, can be 5 people, can be 3 persons. It depends, really depends on the size of the project and size of the application, size of the development team. So it depends, but there can be a lot of people, a lot. So you need to break down the requirements in order to be able to work on separate pieces. Because how, for example, right now we have 46 people in Zoom. How we can together work on separate requirements? We break down everything to small pieces, and then we define who is working on what. For example, what we can do, we can define that numbers over here, for example, 1, 2, 3, and so on, will correspond to test plan. So test plan will be corresponding to this. This will be suite, and these will be test cases. So this is what we can do. That will help us to do what? For example, I will say, okay, Irina, your goal is to work on this test plan. Then Kate, there will be test plan landing page elements, and your goal will be to work on this sub-suite. Somebody will have to work on title suite. Somebody will work on logo suite, and so on. So we'll break everything down to small logical pieces, and to give me a second, please go. Sorry guys, my daughter was asking me something. Okay, and then we break everything down. So why we do that? Because we would like everybody to work on something. We cannot just, we have 20 people, it will be total mess if we do not define test plans level, suite level, and everybody's responsibility. It will be impossible to work together as a team on something, because we will create a bunch of test plans, bunch of test cases, and we'll say, okay, Irina, your responsibility is that. Mike, your responsibility is that. Diana, your responsibility is that, and so on. So everybody will have a small piece to work on. Is that clear? If you have any questions, please go ahead and ask.
Arthur, but who decide this? I'm sorry. Who decide who is working on which test case? Team lead?
You will decide. Yeah. Usually it's done by team lead. So the person who can do that is a team lead. But usually there's always a discussion, like a team meeting, when you can sit and say, hey, let's define the levels to break down the requirements to small logical pieces, then to cover them by test cases. Let's do that. And anybody can say, hey, see, business analysts already done that, right? We have web page properties, which is number 1, number 2. We have number 3, which is functionality, which is number 5. Okay, probably this is 4, it should be 4. Landing page design 4. This is 5. This is 6. This should be 6. Wow, we found out. This is 7, right? So we have this already. We have what we need to do is just to go and break down according to that. And then, okay, somebody says, okay, the next level should be sweet, and let's break it down to this level of items, like consist of, title, and these bullets will be test cases, separate test cases. So does everybody agree? Everybody says yes, then let's go and do that. Okay, so let's go and do that. So I'm going to go, first of all, I'm a business analyst. I'm going to go and update the numbers. Since we found this should be 4.
One question, how we know how much time we should spend, or how much time it will take for all the team to complete the test cases and the tests?
It comes with experience. You never know right away. Once you join the project, you never know. What you can say, you can estimate your work after you create the test cases, because after you create the test cases, you can just measure your time, saying that, okay, it will check me a few seconds to check title, a few seconds to check logo, blah blah blah, and blah blah blah, and you will count that time, right? And say, okay, I need approximately, please add risks, like 25% risks, because they can be delay on development side, some bugs, and many more. So you just add some buffer, which is like 25%, and say, okay, I probably need like 3 hours to complete that. In order to estimate the time needed for test case development, then for everything else, like do a high level estimation, you need to have experience. It comes with experience, because if you work on this project and you get used to how business analyst describes everything, even by size of the requirements, you will be able to see how much time you need to work on that. But it will come with experience. It's not like right away. There is no like mechanism or some approach you can define that, because every project is different. Every business analyst is different. Every way how they write their documentation is different. So it will come with experience and on specific project. So you will be able to do that later. It's really hard to do that.
And does the QA managers or the leads have to give some estimations already when they do the test plan, to say which equipment, how many people, and maybe they will have to give an estimation, or is not necessary by the?
But usually there is a high level estimation, and it's really teamwork, because there's also development team, right? So everybody defines how much time needed to develop this functionality and then to test it. So usually it's not only QA manager responsibility, it's like a project manager responsibility. So what we usually do, we sit together when we define that we need to do this project. We sit together and say, okay, we're going to develop this, and business analysts, or maybe there is a team of business analysts, because if there is a big team, there can be like 10 business analysts. Depends on the size of the development and QA team. And we sit together at the early beginning and say, hey, we have a client and they want us to do this, like to develop this application, and this application should do this and this and this. And we, as a managers, based on our experience, say, okay, it will take probably at least 4 months, but let's maybe add some risk and let's put 5 months. Sometimes it's huge application that will take 2 years of development. But again, it's based on those people experience, saying that this kind of application probably would take 2 years. Then this is like overview. Then we just go try to create some, some plan, like high level plan. So first of all, it starts with developers. They say, okay, we will use this stack. We will use this language. We will use this kind of systems. We will develop that and that. This will be our API. They prepare some presentations. They say how many modules will be in the system, and based on that information, QA manager can say and estimate QA job. But again, it's all based on experience, because QA manager by that time should have few projects in experience, and based on those projects And based on previous experience, QA managers can say, okay, it will take probably 3 months or something like that. But again, it's high-level estimation, high level. What you will be responsible for is low-level estimation, which is easy, which is pretty easy, because you have requirements already. Test cases is just cover these requirements. It's the same. So let's see how we will create test cases. And you will see that this is simple. Then it will be estimation, and estimation will be also simple. So let's try how it works. For example, let me go back to the first test. And since we agree as a team that this will be test plan level, I will, can I rename it? Okay, this will be the name. I just copy it and paste it. Okay, so I have this test plan, and I go inside. There is no suite over here, right? There is no, because this should be a suite. There is no suite, so I can remove this and just start typing test cases right away in the test plan. If you have suite, then you need to create suite and type your test cases inside. Okay, so first of all, the first test case will be check that title is random raffle. And what you need to do, show you. Copy, new test case, and paste. And that's it. Previously, what we were doing, there was an approach when we were also defining test steps, like go open the app, take a look at the tab, browser tab, and check the title. But as you can see, this is right approach in some cases. For example, I have an experience when we were working with remote testers. So we were doing everything. We were doing test preparation. We were doing working with documentation. But there were testers, and they just came at some point just to go and test. There were testers, not QAs, just people coming to take the test cases and test. So in that case, we had to do steps, because those people, they need to exactly understand what to do. They didn't see the requirements. They don't know the platform, so they don't know what to do exactly. If you mention that only in one line, they won't be able to understand. But many companies don't do that. This is like the only thing you need to do is just a single line. So you have it here. And for you and for your team, for everybody who took a look at the test cases, will be able to test this. Yes, it looks like more checklist. That is correct. This is how we write test cases right now. So and why it's done? We would, if you want, you still can add the test steps, but does it make sense for you as a company? For example, you open your company, your own company. Do you want your testers to spend time on providing the test steps if everybody exactly knows that page title is random raffle and everybody exactly knows what to do here? So you need to check. We used to even write in every test case, we used to write verify that like this, but doesn't really make sense to use this word if we exactly know that in test cases, we always verify that this statement is correct, because this is the expected result. So, because previously we used to define the step, provide the expected result, step, expected result, step, expected result. Too much work. Company needs to pay for that work, right? Because if you spend every hour is paid. So nobody wants you just to sit and do something illogical. You need to save your time and be efficient. And this is the most efficient way. Even not writing those two words saves some tiny amount of time, which save you a lot of time in general. Once you work on 1,000 test cases over the time, it will save a lot of time for you, for your team, without writing those even 2 words, without writing test steps. So this is done just because to save time. Because if everybody on the project is able to understand that this is the test case and everything you state here is a expected result, and this is what you expect from the system, and if this is enough for people to understand what to do, then this is enough, and this is the only thing you need to do. Yes, and people in the chat mentioning that this looks like a checklist. That is correct. This looks like a checklist, but we need to create it. And we will come to the point when copy pasting won't work, because we will need, out of one requirement, we will need to create several test cases in order to test that requirement. Because in this case, it's easy. You just need to check that page icon is this. So let me do that again. I just copy and paste. Correct. And there is the problem actually, because you cannot copy icon into the title, but what you can do is to copy it here in the step. So, and we will do that. Okay, so now we will be able to check it here. So what happens next? So I will be creating more test plans, more test cases. The next step will be, once we're done with everything, once we cover all the requirements, I will show you that then you will go to executing phase. You will select your all test cases. You will select run for application. And then you'll be seeing this, and you need to mark it pass or fail. If it fails, you will need to create a bug report for it. And that's it. This is how it works, guys. You work with documentation, which is nothing more than user guide. Same as you read when you buy something new. Then you create test cases based on those requirements, which is pretty straightforward. Yes, there are some specific cases when we need to use test design techniques. And this is the gap development team doesn't have. So because I used to work with many people in automation who were developers, not testers, and they just don't know how to write test cases because they don't have that experience, the testing experience. And they were not successful. They failed. All development developers who were automation engineers failed in my career because they didn't have enough QA knowledge. We know this. So we will use test design techniques for some specific cases, but most of the cases, it's just copying and pasting the requirements. Then you need to execute them, mark if they pass, because the expected result and the actual result on the page, what you will see in the application, match. This is pass, and you just go to the next case. And it is fail when they don't match, and you create a bug report, and that's it. That's pretty easy. So this is how we will see it. This is the test case, general test case over here. And this is how you will see the icon. Oh, what happened? Okay, let me close it. Okay. Any questions? Yeah, we will proceed with the test cases right now, but any questions so far? Is there something difficult in testing job?
How you create the bugs? Then the bugs stay within the test suites, or are they gonna go for another?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll do that. Don't worry about that. We will go through all the phases of software development lifecycle. So don't worry about that. I'm just asking if, as of now, you see something difficult that software tester does. If there's something you don't understand. Because what I know, it's not difficult at all. And there is a problem actually, because what I had in my current company when I joined it, most of the people in our test team, they were not testers. They were not QAs. They used to be help desk technicians. And at some point, company decided they didn't have the QA manager, and they have decided, hey,
let's move those guys. They know system pretty much well, so let's move them from help desk to QA team. We will just tell them what to do, what to test, and they will. And that didn't work because these people, they didn't hold QA knowledge, and they failed. And I had to come and I had to teach them from scratch. And this is what happens. So you cannot just, you know, come from the street, directly from the street, and say, hey, I'm a tester. You need to at least know this, how we work with documentation, why we do that. Why? Because we are saving not only our time, but development time. Why we write test cases, how we do that, then how we test. If you have this knowledge, you're good to go. Next step would be, I would say that next step would be automation, because you need to know everything, and automation gives you more opportunities, because usually in companies, it's mixed. At some point, you need to do manual testing. At some point, you need to switch to automation. So, and you cannot be just developer doing test automation, and you cannot be just manual testing, because you need to do automation as well. So if you're a manual tester, next thing you need to learn some coding language and become a test automation engineer. That's your logical steps in your career. But in order to do that, you need to know manual testing. So that's why we do today. Okay, good. Let's cover this till the end. And what we will do, we will have somebody sharing the screen, and we will create another test plan. Page background color is dark gray. That's it. Define back, new test case, and I'll just copy and paste. That's it. That's so easy. We will come to some test cases there when that won't be enough. We will have to use test design techniques to create test cases. Because, for example, in this case, you think how you test. And you think, okay, how would I test that page title is random raffle? I will open the page and just take a look that it's random raffle. That's it. But in case, if the requirement says minimum value is 1 and maximum value is 9.99, how would you test that? How would you check, how you will make sure that it's really 1? There is not enough 1 test case, right? You will be trying some different values in order to test that and make sure that it's really 1 and nothing different. It's not 0, it's not 2, and nothing else. You will need to play with that application in order to understand that. And that's when we use test design techniques to limit the number of test cases in order to test something specific. In those cases, copy paste won't work, because we will need to make sure that we cover everything, all the cases. But in most of the cases, as you can see, I just copy and paste, because I'm able to check this in one single run. Because in order to check color, I just need to check color that it's white, and that's it. In order to play with the minimum or maximum values, or accepted and not accepted characters, I need to do more than just a single action. So then I will need to use test design techniques. So, and we will come to it. Okay, good. So I created this test plan. Let's go back. Somebody already created. You don't have to do that right now, because guys, you will have, however, you can play. Actually, you can play. If you want, you can play with the system. I don't mind. Yes, let's have somebody sharing the screen. Who wants to share the screen and create another test plan and another suite and then another set of test cases? Who want to do that? Come on, be proactive, guys. You will have some experience right now, some practical experience. Let's go. That's not scary. Come on, you were asking so nice questions. Diana?
Yes.
Do you want to try?
Sure.
Let's go. Let me stop sharing. Share your screen. Are you sharing?
Yes.
Okay, waiting. Awesome.
Okay, we can go to test.
Click join and you should be able to get to the system back.
I'm sorry?
Click join now. Just open your, for example, your email and just click join now and you should be able to go to the project. Okay, go to the project.
Thank you.
Okay, now go to wiki first. And then go to functional requirements. Okay, scroll down to landing page elements. Oh, number 2. No. Scroll up. Number 2. You need number 2. Good. Okay. Now, I'm not sure how to open the test plans. Can you press and hold on test plans? Does it allow you to open it in new tab? We need to open test plans in new tab. That's our. On the left, you have test plans on the left, right? Do you see the menu? Where you have overview, boards,
plans,
repos,
hold.
pipeline. Yeah.
Yes.
Open in new tab. Yeah, same. Hold, press, and open new test. Okay, that didn't work. Oh no, you have it, right? You have functional requirements, right? And you have test plans. Go, good. Click all. So now you have mine on this screen, right? You see that mine is, let me, I can, what I can do. Why I cannot draw anything here? Okay, reactions, chat. Is anybody able to draw anything on the screen?
No,
I'm not.
I was looking. Yeah.
Maybe you need to click on all.
On what?
All
click on
test
what? Doesn't matter. So I will help you. Yeah. So can you see test plans title right now on your screen?
Yes.
Diana? Yeah.
Yes.
And under just below it, you have mine and all. Do you see that?
Yes.
Click all. So mine is your test case, is created by you. All is created by everybody else. So you can see mine and see other guys' test plans here. So click new test plan. Okay, good. And go to functional requirements. Go to functional requirements tab you have open. Scroll up to number 2. You need number 2. Yeah, number 2. Landing page. Go up. You already missed that. Here, landing page elements, and call your test plan like that. Landing page elements. Just copy from here. Yeah, good. And paste it there in the test plan. Paste. Okay, area path, iteration. Iteration is different. Iteration is our sprint 1. No, this is fine. Change iteration. Click drop down. Iteration, the next one. The next one, not area, but iteration. Yes. Click on the drop down and select sprint 1. Good. And then click create. Awesome. So you have a this landing page elements test plan. Then yeah, it's not visible here because because you're working from the tablet, right? So if I click, let me quickly share. I'm not sure how you will continue. Let me. Is anybody able to see my screen?
Should I unshare?
No, I'm sharing right now. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So here is the test plan created by Diana. And as you can see over here, if I hover, I have 3 dots over here. And here I can click new suite and static suite. So let's try right now on your screen to click on it, because you don't have hover. Click, then select new suite and static suite. Okay, and then let me stop sharing so you can share your screen again and try to see if you have that. Please start sharing your screen because we cannot see anything. Okay.
What is the difference between the other types of suites, the requirement-based suite and query-based suite?
There are different approaches when business analysts can write their requirements in elements, in work elements, and we can match those elements. Like bug report is a work item, right? And we can have different types of work items when business analysts can describe the requirements there in those work items. Like, let's call them requirements item, and they can break down the requirements to those small pieces right away, and we can match those small pieces with our suites. So it will automatically name your suite as that work item created by business analyst. So that's how it works. So, but since we have that in document and we need to create a static manual created suite, that's why we select static suite. So there are different approaches, but we don't have enough time today just to go over everything, right? And all the approaches. There are a lot of things happening in QA world, but our goal is just to explain you how it works in general, so you have the understanding, because most of the companies do this as we do right now. Okay, click new suite and then static suite.
Sorry.
You click requirement based, go back, static, new suite and static suite. Okay, and then name it, go back to functional requirements, and you have next level, consists of, right?
Yes.
Copy this, and yeah, name it your suite like that. You cannot click and rename. No. Close it. You have suite and subsuite now. Click 3 dots for the low level suite, 3 dots, and click delete and type 243 and click confirm. Good. And then click 3 dots for the new suite and then rename. Good. And then paste what you have. Okay, and that's it. Okay, and then go back to functional requirements. And now you need to think, okay, can you check title in one action? Yes. So, but in this case, you cannot just copy and paste. It's better to explain it a little bit better. So I will tell you how. So you need to check that your page has title, your page has logo, your page has raffle configuration card, your page has participants card, and your page has raffle start button. So in order just to copy and say title, logo, or something like that, you need to create a test case with something we can call sentence, something like that. So you can say something like page has title. The next test plan will be page has logo. Third test case will be page has raffle configuration card, and so on, right? So you need 5 test cases in general. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, let me open the requirements and I will be telling you what to do. So you have how many elements on the page?
5.
5 elements, yeah. And now you need to do that. So let's go back here, yeah, and create a new test case. Click new test case. No. There is a button, blue button, right? On the Do you see that? Yeah, and here say, so the first element of the page is title, and just type page has title, or the page has title. Has title. So it will be clear for the person who will be executing these test cases what to do exactly, because just saying by saying title, it's not clear what to do. Check title for the text, or check the color, or whatever. What does it mean? Title. It doesn't mean anything. So you need to define that you're checking that the page has title. That's it. Save and close.
Mm-hmm.
The next, then click new test case button. Do you see that? Now it's on the right. Yes, and then page has, the next element is logo. Page has logo. Guys, do you understand why we are not copying and pasting title logo, but saying that page has title, page has logo? The next element is raffle configuration card. Raffle configuration card. Guys, do you understand?
I need an explanation.
Go ahead and ask. That's why we're here.
Why we need to type instead of insert?
Like copy pasting?
Yes.
You mean copy pasting?
Yes, yes.
We can copy paste, but I mean just what we did right now, since I'm helping her instead of she like switching between two tabs in her browser. I'm just saying that what that element consists, that page consists of, and she's just typing. That's why. But she can copy paste.
I got you. Mm-hmm.
Yes. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay, good. New test case. Then page has. What I'm asking, if it's clear what you're saying page has, because if you just mention participant card, it doesn't mean anything, right? It's not clear what to test. To clear title, the color, or what to test. But when you're saying that the page has that element, then it's clear what to test, that you check that that element just exists. Okay, good. So we are done with this subsuite. What you need to do is to create another subsuite. So go to your functional requirements, not subsuite, but suite. Go to your functional requirements, Diana, and the next suite will be what?
Title.
Title. That is correct. Copy. Then click three dots for landing page elements. No. Landing page elements. Click three dots for your test plan. No. The one below, test suites, right? It says test suites, and then landing page element. Yeah, three dots over here, and then new suite. Static suite. Yes, good. And try to refresh this page because I don't see that new suite there. Good. It's very good because some people don't do that. They do not rename it to make it clear you're doing that. So that's really good that you did it uppercase as in requirements. That's good. And refresh your page.
How can I do that? Sorry.
Just drag it to the bottom. Try to like drag your page. Put your finger. It doesn't work like that. Okay, I don't know then. No, go back. That's fine. What I mean is just I don't have. Oh, you can click that. You see where you have the address of the page. Mm-hmm. You click that icon with the arrow. You can just click on it, and it will refresh your page. Dev, when it's saying Dev Azure, yes, good, yeah, good. So because I don't see that old suite that was there. Okay, and let's do the same for title. So what do we have for title? Let's go back and see in the requirements. We have the title text is random. That's it. You can just copy and paste. New test case. No. It's not about page anymore. It's about the title of the card, right? So you can say the title text is random. And remove that. Doesn't make sense anymore. Yeah. Title text is random raffle. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And next, same next. Title font size is 2 rams. Okay. Can you hear how my baby is crying right now?
No. Yes, we hear.
Because I can hear.
He needs your attention.
4-month-old daughter. She's so cute. Okay. No, somebody's typing it. I thought it was a cat. No, it was not.
And we also saw an older girl. That was your daughter?
Yeah. I have 2 daughters. One of them is 9 years old, and the youngest one is 4 months.
Oh, nice.
Thank you. Okay. And this is how we do. But this is pretty straightforward. So let's move to something more difficult. So we're done with this. So what will be your goal, guys? So your homework. So then what you need to do is just to go to the next elements. And for example, Diana helped us to create landing page elements, test plan, and title, suite, and consist of suite. What do we need to do next? We need to go. So Diana, I will share my screen now. You did a great job. Thank you for that.
I thought I got your job already.
Yeah. Okay, good. I like that. Awesome. So your goal will be, you go back, let me open. So on this tab, I will open the requirements, and here will be the test plans. Okay, so here we have a test plans. I will open mine. I don't have mine? No, that's not possible. I created something. Okay, functional requirements. Your goal will be to create test plan for every section here, which is number 1, number 2, then you scroll to number 3. Landing page functionality is a separate test. These guys, this level with 2 dashes, it will be suite, and these guys are test cases. One important thing for logo, you just can say that check that logo corresponds to the design. And design is in your requirements, and you can copy this logo, this image, to your steps. That's one thing. Logo size is pretty straightforward. Let's go to something more difficult, because these guys are pretty straightforward. You just mentioned that card border is 1 pixel. Oh, in this case, how many test cases will we have here? Who can say that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many?
2. 3.
Okay. Why 2? Why 3? Okay, let's start with 3. Why 3? So what will be checking here?
We need to check for the card border. We need to check if it's 1 pixel, and we need to check if it's white color.
Interesting. It makes sense to do 3 test cases, and the answer with 2 was also correct, actually, because in this case, so what is the reason to check 3 test cases? First of all, you check that the card border exists. If it's not there, it doesn't make sense to test that it's 1 pixel or white color. So it also makes sense. right? To have 3 test cases. So first you check for this. If it fails, you just skip these guys because they're not applicable because border is not there. So it makes sense to have 3. Check that card border is there. Then it is 1 pixel and it has white color. I agree with that. And right, in this case, copy pasting is not working because business analyst is not QA. Business analyst is just typing everything in human language in order for you and for developers to understand what business analyst means or what our client wants. So business analyst uses just human language. So, and business analyst can put a lot of requirements in a single sentence. So in your goal to define a separate requirement, because white color is a separate requirement. 1 pixel is a separate requirement. And that card border is there is a separate requirement. It's not mentioned here. Even I was thinking about 2 test cases first. That, okay, check that card border is 1 pixel and check that card border has a white color. But what if card border is not there? Business analysts didn't think about that it should be there, first of all. I even didn't think about that. And thank you for who said that. I didn't see who said that, but thank you for that because that makes sense. First of all, check that card border is there. Then to check if it's there already, that it has 1 pixel size. And then that white color is the color of that card border. That absolutely makes sense. So in this case, copy paste won't work because every time you think how to test this, you will need to think how you will be testing that. There is no way you test this in a single action, right? If you check that card border is there, this is 1 action already. So this is a single test case. Then you will separately go and check, oh, let's see if it has 1 pixel. And we will see how to do that. But you will be checking this separately. And then, oh, let's check what color that border has. And you will check this separately. So these are 3 actions. That's why you should have 3 test cases. That the check card border is there. Card border has 1 pixel thickness or size. We'll see how it's called in inspector. And it has white color. So this is what we will need to check. Okay. Is that clear? Everybody understands that? And remember, if you have questions, feel free to ask. I'm here to help. Good. Awesome. So let's go to something complex. Okay. Okay. Go to raffle configuration card. Actually, we could continue because we have just only logo, and then raffle configuration card is the main one probably, because we will need to learn these guys, that it accepts numbers and partially functionality, because functionality mentions that the numbers, it accepts only numbers. So we will check that separately. Okay, so let's continue. Who wants to share the screen and continue? Come on, guys. You're already doing that in test plans, right? You are creating them. So why don't you share your screen and just show to everybody? Just to explain here, we are not multiplying the test plans. There is a single test plan. So right now you're playing and you created a bunch of them. Everybody created their own test plan, but it's not like that. What you need to understand, there is a single test plan. It's called web page properties, right? And a single test plan. Nobody creates like a bunch of them for because you just define right away. Okay, I will be working on web page elements. Why I open this here again? You defined that as a team right away. Okay, I will be working on web page elements, and you go and work. Nobody will touch this except you. You will create the test plan. Somebody says, okay, I will be working on landing page consists of. Nobody will be working on that. So one person will go and create test plan, and then every other person will just go and create not the test plan, which is a copy of another test plan, but only suite. So once one test plan is created, other people just create suites in the same test plan. Is that clear? I just need to make sure that you understand that you won't be creating separate test plans for yourself. If you define that your responsibility is only this suite, so you will go and create suite only, not the entire test plan. Is that clear? Team? Say yes, no, chat,
Yes.
microphone. Okay, good. Glad for you. Okay. Let's go and now see how we will create another test suite. Let's go finish with logo. So landing page elements.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it iteration means? Like I saw a couple of them is
yeah, people just were not selecting iteration. Yeah, we need iteration because iteration is cycle, and we have a lot of cycles in the company. So that means we take some functionality and develop it during this cycle one or sprint one. It's a single sprint or single cycle we work in. For example, 2 weeks. We work 2 weeks and we do entire this task we are doing right now. For example, right now we were working on documentation, then on test cases, then we will go and execute them, then we'll raise bug reports, and then we will do regression testing. So everything that is done in one single sprint during 2 weeks. So our goal as a team, as a development team, as a testing team, to take as many requirements as we are able to proceed and process during that 2 weeks cycle. That's what we do. We do the first cycle, then business analysts during that cycle when we test and develop, working on the next cycle requirements. And once we finish, we go to the next cycle when we again work on the requirements, on the new requirements. We develop something new. For example, we added new page or added new functionality. For example, we have an idea to add, for example, another configuration. Let's say, I don't know, we would like to say numbered or unnumbered list. For example, here we don't have numbers. Maybe numbers are matter. We would like to have first place to have some special prize, second place something different, third place something less, and so on, right? So maybe we will add configuration here, more configuration like numbered with places or unnumbered list as we have right now, like additional configuration, more pages, something else. So we develop our application more and more. For example, take a look at Facebook. It has a new version of the application like every several days, and they have that cycle. Once they have something new, they push it to production, and you're able to see those changes and so on and so on. Just constant work, many cycles. This is how we work. So the next functionality will be developed in the next cycle, and we will do the same. We will work on documentation for that cycle and so on. So some people just didn't select iteration path when they were creating their test plan. When you create a test plan, you need to select the iteration here. That means, right, these are the dates here. So this cycle is from today actually till 9th of February. So 19th of February, right? So we will work till that date in this cycle. And there will be a next cycle starting on 2 weeks from now. On that Saturday, the next sprint will start. And it also will be 2 weeks and so on. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and we work on more and more. We just develop our application constantly because you don't develop application in one run. You are not able to develop something like Facebook or like Google or YouTube or whatever in one single sprint in 2 weeks. You take small piece of functionality, develop it, then you add something new, add something new, add something new every 2 weeks. So this is how it works. This is how sprints work. And that's why people, if you select test plans and right now you are in sprint 1, you select sprint 1. And those people were selecting like this without sprints. So you need to select sprint 1. Why? because in the future, you will have a lot of test plans here, a lot. And in order to find your test plan, you will need to scroll at the bottom, and maybe in a few years, it will take like only 5 minutes to scroll down. So you have this beautiful thing here, which is filter. You select iteration, and you see only test plans in your iteration. And that's it. You don't have to scroll. You just see only valid information without anything else. That's why you need to select sprint, because you will be able to find it. And if you are in sprint 100, you don't have to scroll. You just select sprint 100 here, and that's it. You are in sprint 100. And you see only correct test plans valid for sprint 100, and you execute only these guys. Okay. So let's get back to Diana's. The next suite will be logo, I believe. Yes, it is logo. Some people are still. Did you understand everything?
Yeah, got it. Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, good. And rename logo. Okay, so what do we have? We have only 2 test cases here. Check that logo corresponds to design. Logo is correct. Let's say like that, and add it to the step. I will just copy and paste it here, so we'll be able to check it right away. Okay, and the next test case will be logo size is this. Logo size is 121 by 121. Okay, that's it. This is for this new suite, static suite. The next one will be raffle configuration card. Okay. New suite, static suite. Oh man. 361. Rename. Okay, and now let's see. 3 test cases, remember, right? Check that raffle configuration card has card border. Has a border. This is one. Second one, border is 1 pixel. And 2, card border color is white. Okay, good. So I just, by 3 test cases, I just covered 1 line of requirements here. Okay. Can you still hear me? Because my microphone.
Yeah, everything fine.
Tell something.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. Okay, because my earbuds, they just low battery, and so my microphone changed to switch to the laptop. Okay, good that you hear me. Okay, so I covered this. Oh, those kids running outside. Raffle configuration card. Then has rounded edges, and please refer to design. According to design. Card border. Rounded edges according to design. That's it. That's good. Title, oh man. I know it's boring. As the card title. I can say card title is raffle configuration. Okay, it should be like this, this, and this. Okay, cool. Font size
Oh, we need this as well because I would like to show you how to test this as well. So you know that. So you are testers after this course. Card, title, font size. Oh man. Is good. Just copy and paste. Bold. Okay. The middle line. Good. Is everything clear what I'm doing right now? If you have any questions, just please feel free to ask.
Yeah, like you divide it for the type what we have, right? And
yeah,
we have to pay attention what exactly in requirements, even in each type. For example, like you said about the 1 pixel and the color, like the board color.
Yes. You need to think when you create test cases, you need to think, am I able to test this in one action?
Yeah, exactly.
So if I'm able to check that the label is number of winners in one action, that's fine, that's one test case. If not, if I need to check that something is there, then the color is there, then the width or the size is there, then these are like separate actions. That means that I need to have separate test cases. Because the business analyst just using human language can describe everything like in one sentence, but you have to break that down to several test cases. Okay. The card has the input field. Okay. The input field width. Okay. I will rename this guy. I don't like it. Oh, I can just click it. Okay. Come on, I did the same mistake here. How is it possible? Okay. This is the default value is 1. This is okay. This we can test right away. Input field default value is 1. Good. And minimum value is 1. Max value is 9.99. Unfortunately, we cannot test this because in this case, in one action, right? How to test that minimum value is 1? Who can say that? How would you test that? Even if you read the user guide, right? It's logical. It says minimum value is 1. How you would test that the other values are not working?
Maybe try 0 or 2.
Yeah, you would be trying. You would be trying different things here. That's correct. So how many test cases would you use here? How do you think?
2.
Yeah, 2 here and 2 here. And now I will explain why is that. So we have this theory. So I will, so first of all, let me go to JSBean, which is the tool to use with JavaScript. So first of all, let's see how it works. We have -1, 0, 1, then we have 2, then we have 998, 999, then we have 1000, and so on. So first of all, what is accepted? So the border is here, right? The border is here. So 1 is accepted, 0 is not accepted, right? What is the border over here? Is it here?
Between 999 and 1000, right?
Yes, in between here in between 999 and 1000. So we have 1001, for example, and so on. So we have this area when everything is accepted. We have this which is not accepted, and this is not accepted as well. So everything inside here is accepted. So the theory says that you need to test, I will put like this. So it will be, the theory says that you don't have to test everything. You don't have to measure, test that if, for example, 555 is accepted, because the way how developers write their code, this is the case. And what you need to do is the test borders only. So you test these two values and you test these two values. And by testing only these 4 test cases, you will be able to see if the form works properly. And why that happens? Because usually the code works like this. If, for example, let's say, if input length equal to, not like that, if input length equal or more than 1, and input length less and equal than 999, then let's say accept, function accept, else error. So everything else will be error. Let's put it like this. Okay, so this is how it works usually. And what happens? Let's say you are a developer, right? No, first of all, let's try to see. So this is the input length. So for example, in order for the form to work, the both statements, because this means in JavaScript and means both should work, should be true. There is another statement like else, or, it means or. If you use or, that means or this should be true. But if you use and, both of them should be true, right? Both of them should be true. So in this case, in order for that input to work, we need to say, okay, the length of input, let's say 0. Is 0 more or equal than 1 or not? 0 is more?
Not.
No. So we have false here. It's answering no. So then, if we have no here, it right away goes to else and gives an error. Okay. 1. Is 1 more or equal than 1?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we go to the next statement and see, is 1 less or equal than 999?
Yes.
Yes. So both yes, then we accept. Then we go to 999 and say 999 is more or equal than 1? Yes. Is it more or equal than 999? Yes. Then we go to 1000. Is 1000 more or equal than 1? Yes. So this first answer, yes. Is it less or equal than 999? No. So even if one of them answer no, we fail and go to error. So this is how it works. But what happens? What happens? Sometimes you're a developer. Your wife just called you and said, hey, we have some problems, go home, I need your help with something, blah, blah, blah. And you go and you just quickly try to do something, and instead of putting more than equal or less than equal, you put this, you just put more or less. And now let's see, 0 is more than 1. We check 0, it works because it's not more than 1 and it fails. Then you check 1. You check 1 and you check input length more than 1. The answer yes or no?
No.
No. And you fail right away. Even with checking 1, you fail right away. So since developers are using these numbers, these border values, boundary values for their code, and they do mistake, you will be able to find that problem right away by just testing these guys. Because if developer missed just one symbol over here, 1 wouldn't be working, and you will find the problem right away. You will say the minimum value is not 1, it will be 2. And you don't have to test 2. You just say 1 is not the minimum value, because the error, we have error message, and you don't have to test 555. You just say 1 is not minimum value. This is your bug, and it's not according to the requirements. So business developer will go to the code and check, and they will find, oh man, I missed this, and maybe they will be able to see that they missed this as well. But you will check this as well. But you will check that, okay, 999. You'll be checking is less than 999. No, it's not less. It's equal. So it will fail for 999 as well. So it's not maximum input allowed as well. So you will find those issues by just testing boundary values. So in this case, you need 4 test cases: 0, 1, 999, and 1000, and that's it. And you will be able to test these 2 guys by 4 test cases. Is that clear? And this is what stands behind it, because this theory is not just somebody created it just, I don't know, from nothing, from scratch. They know exactly how developers write their code. So that's why we test just only boundary values, because that's minimum amount of test cases we can use to find problems and to test that your functionality really works. People asking how developer write validation numbers input field accept characters or letters. Easy, same thing, but the difference will be characters, they have some specific codes. For example, let's say A has something like, let's just pretend, I don't remember, like BCD1, right? Some specific codes in the system. B has BCD02, and so on. So you know that your Z has something like, oh man, something like BCD, like, for example, 27, I didn't count, 27. So you know that your letters are from 0, for example, to 27 or something like that, right? So you know exactly, and you know that the numbers from 0 will be BCD like 33 to 9 will be so 10, so it should be like 43, something like that. So you know the numbers will be from this to this, and special characters, for example, this will be BCD 101 or something like that, and so on. So you know exactly that your special characters have codes from that to that, your numbers from that to that, and your letters from that to that. So you can see if you're getting the, you check every character you type into field, and you check if any of your characters in that range, and that is special character, then error. If any of your characters in that range, that is letter, and you do not accept letters, only numbers, then error out. If all of your characters are in number range of codes, then you accept the input. So it works the same. So since those are 3 guys, so you check 3 different test cases for the input there as well. This is how it works. This is what stands behind it. Is that clear? And this is what we learn actually on JavaScript lessons. So actually, I encourage you to join our coding basics course in 2 weeks on February 20th. We will have JavaScript course as well free. So please join. Okay. So let's cover this by 4 test cases. First of all, we try positive test cases, because if positives don't work, it doesn't make sense to test negative. What is positive? Positive, what is expected, which is 1 and 999 expected. And we don't expect customer to work 0 and 1000. So those are not expected. And we will check them only after we check the first 2. Because if 1 doesn't work and 999 doesn't work, that means it doesn't make sense to test anything else, because they won't work as well. So the input field accepts one number. One number. Okay. Good. Oh, I can just copy paste these card changes from here. In this case, the input field accepts 999 number. Okay. Actually, number 999, but it's okay. I will correct them later. And then two negative test cases. The fields, no, the error message appears if enter number 0 into the field and click raffle, because the validation works at that time. Okay, this is what I understood from the requirements, and this is what you need to understand as well. So I will actually copy, because the same will happen for 999. Then new test case number 9,000. Excuse me, 1,000. Okay, so this is how we work with the test cases, and same with the next ones. These are pretty straightforward, right? Again, 3 test cases here. Straightforward, 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 and straightforward. There's nothing to test here. You will just need to enter more than 12 rows and check that there's vertical scroll appears. Okay. Okay. Everything else is fine. For the design, there will be a single test case saying compare the design with the spec, and that's it. You will just take a look at the page in general, because you already checked the elements, their presence, their attributes, everything else you already checked. So, and even if by this time in functionality, you already checked the functionality of this page. The only thing you need to make sure is just look at the page in general and see if everything looks according to the design, because we check here separately, right? We check that card looks fine, but how they are related and located in according to each other, we don't know that from this text, right? We just can't see from the design how they look together in general on this page. So the design is just in general to check that everything looks fine and according to design. So this is our goal, and this would be the verification. This is even with separate test plan. Okay. Okay, I won't be probably creating any other test cases. Is everything clear? Or you want to create something else? Because I think by now we should be clear how we create test cases, and everything else is just a matter of time. Just go in and create other test cases, copy paste, and everything else. People are asking, do we need to test input not accepting rectangular symbols? Yes, we have these requirements, and we would test it. We would be testing it here. We would create a test plan for landing page functionality. Then we would create a suite for validation, and then we would be covering these cases. And one of them would be the field does not accept any other symbols other than numbers. So we would be checking letters. One test case, again, this is a single, even two sentences reading by business analyst, but we need to think, okay, can I test that in one action? No, I cannot. So one action would be try letters and try special characters, and field should not accept even the input. So I think everything else is clear. Okay, go. So let's go to test execution. So by this time, we plan, right? We spend some time on planning. And during this time, development team, they develop the application itself. So we need to balance, again, it's more about management, but we need to balance our teams. So we need to have so many developers so they are able to produce the code while we are test planning. And we need to have the reasonable amount of testers to do the same, to be able to create test plans during the time developers are developing. So we should to balance, for example, right now on my project, we have that relationship is 2-to-1. So as twice more developers as testers. Sorry. Oh man. And it seems like it's working fine. It depends on the projects. For example, some companies, they use different approaches. They have tiny teams working on tiny pieces of the application. And in one team, there is one tester, one BA, and one developer. So there are different approaches. You will see everything, but this is the goal. The end goal is to have the amount so everything else is working fine. So they develop code, we plan it at the same time, and then we come together when we are able to test, start testing the application because it is already created. And by that time, we start raising bugs and they start fixing them. So they also have work. The system should work. So we should have reasonable amount of developers. If we understand that we have less than we need because they are not able to quickly create the application, we need to hire more. If we understand that we have too many testers or we have less than we need testers, for example, developers already created the application, but we are still planning, probably we need to hire more to be able to come to one point at the same time. They created the application and we created test plans. So we need to find this balance and that's it. Then we start working every new sprint better and better. They create the application, we create test plans. So, okay, let's pretend that we have created all the test plans. Now we have the application. Okay, so this is the link. You can find it in random app in wiki. You just have it right here, app URL. You can open it. Okay, so what do we do next? Let me move here. Okay, we go to test plans. And let's start with the first one. And the first one was mine. Web page properties, right? And I go to execute. Okay, I select everything and run for web application. It doesn't really matter what you select here because it will be the same for everything else. I can change this as well if I need. So let me do this. Like this, okay. Good. And now I start executing. I see that I open my application and see page title is random raffle. I check and I need to pay attention to details because if I even miss one letter, it's considered as a mistake, is a bug. So I need to be really precise over here. So random raffle. Okay, seems like both are words starting uppercase. Good. So I pass it. Pass test case. Then I go to next. Page icon is correct. And I see this icon. Seems like it is. Seems like it's low resolution here, but I see that it looks fine over here and it is the same icon. So I pass it. Good. Go next. Page background is dark gray and color code is dark slate gray. Okay, so this is the important part. How to use Web Inspector. So we can click right and then select inspect. Or let me see, we can go to more tools and developers tools, same thing. Then you select this and you can select everything right over here. Select elements, see their sizes, right? We will need to check the size to this tool, and in more and more. And it's very important because we will be checking everything over here, right? So this is how we use Web Inspector. Again, it's really short course to explain you everything, but in general, I will just show you how I do that so you have better understanding. Of course, we spend a lot of more time during JavaScript course, during our main 2-month manual course on this, so you know everything, but we don't have time right now. So I will just show you basics of that. So as you can see, if I clicked right here, if I want to select inspect this element right away, I select it and click inspect, and I will inspect it right away. I select computed, and here I will be able to see the colors, font size, font weight, and so on, right? Or I select the entire website over here, click where nothing is located. Let me just click it over here. I was selecting body. I don't know what's happening. Oh, let me click over here, maybe. No, I need body. Okay, I need body. So body has background color, right? And it has color, and color means the color of the text here. And it has floral white, which is white color, one of the white colors, and dark slate gray, which is the color of the background. And that's it. This is how I check that this is correct. If you are not able to find something right away, you can go through the elements, because sometimes you inspect this. Let me see. I inspect this, and this is the card, right? The entire card. I hover over it. I understand this is the card. So I open here, and I'm able to go all through them, right? You can see that I'm able to go through them over here. This is the, I can expand this, and there is the span, which is number of winners. There is the input over here, right? And so on. So I can go through them if you're not able to see your, but what I'm looking is, for example, I opened HTML. It doesn't have anything here, right? I don't see my colors. So I go to the next one, head, no. Body, yes, it has background color. And if I didn't find anything here, I go next. H1, the next division here, the next division here, right? And so on. And the bottom, probably button is somewhere here, yes. And this is how it works. Okay, so we have body, and I see the color here. So I can click on it, and it will bring me to my color code, because this is called hex. I don't remember how it's coding code type. It's hex names, and this is RGB names codes. So 47, 79, 79 is the color code of this color in RGB, and this is the code color in hex. So different names for the colors, just to let you know. And seems like my business analyst was checking that in hex, so I can see this in styles, and I see that the color code is dark slate gray, which is fine, and I pass it. Then I see the text color is white, and I see that it's white actually on the page as well, and I can check that to make sure in the inspector, so it's floral white as well, and I pass it. Then that's it. I just save it, save and close. And what I can see right now, on the screen, that everything is passed. One more thing here. Let's stop here, and I will ask you if you have any questions about execution as of now, because I'm going to execute more, but maybe you have some questions regarding this. Okay, good. No questions, all clear. Good. So, awesome. Forgot what. Okay. As a manager, I'm doing something more over here, and maybe QA lead. So I go to dashboards, and here Let me delete this. This is something old here. Edit, delete, and delete. So I'm creating widgets for myself to see the progress of testing. So what I can do here, I create charts for test plans. I will create more. Let's add 3. And I will create for every test suite I have. So in order to see what my people do right now, what is their progress on testing, I will just configure this widget on my dashboard. And let's select test plan, which is web page properties, and select suite. There is no suite, just a single one. So I will select test result, and by output, which is pass or fail. And I see that there are 4 test cases and all of them passed. Let's go to the next one. Test plan landing page elements. I don't remember which one of them. This is not ours because it doesn't have suites. Okay, now it's hard to find that test plan I was writing. Okay, this is okay. Let's start 1, nothing, 2, nothing, 3, nothing, 4, 5. Come on. How many are there? 3, 4. This guy? Man, maybe at the bottom. Validation is there. Good. It will be hard to find right now that. Okay, this just to show. Okay, an outcome, and there are no test case created, so I don't see this. But I will be creating like more, and some of them will be just showing that they are not executed yet. Some of them will be in progress. Some of them will be failed once they fail, and so on. So we will see that in the future once we do some more test planning and test case execution. Okay. So let's go next. Let's see what we have next. Man, Diana, this is yours. Okay, let's raffle configuration card. Okay, let's see. Let's execute. Let's select all of them, run for web application. Okay, let's open the application again. Okay, so raffle configuration card has a border. It has, so I just will pass it right away. Next, configuration card border is 1 pixel. How to check that? Let's try inspect. Okay, this is the card. Here, border. Interesting. I have, yes. Border here, 1 pixel. Over here, or you can check it over here. It has 1 border. It's solid and white. That's it. I already have that. So when I see that that's 1 pixel. Interesting if this, If you go to compute it, you should be able to check it here as well. So it has border, it has padding over here, right? This spacing, you have the size of this element, it has everything here as well. So I see that border is 1 pixel over here and the color is white. So I have everything. Pass, rounded edges. Actually, it's also can be defined here. Here is the radius of this. I believe it's not here, but this is what makes it round. You can turn it on and off to see, right? So yes, it has. So good. Card title is raffle configuration. Okay, the second word is lowercase and with column. Great. Card, let's check, inspect, or you can do this and inspect. click on it. You can see that font size is 1.2 rems, or you can go to compute it and check that its font size is 19.2 pixels. Also fine, good. Card title font weight is bold. This thing is tricky. We see the font weight here, but you don't know exactly what 700 means. I can tell you that it means bold, but what if you don't know what to check here, right? What to do? You go to your manager or your lead and ask, hey, how would you check that? I don't know. And they will tell you, okay, we have this somewhere in documentation. So like 500 means under 500 means regular, everything over 500 means like bold or something like that. So they will have that, or they will have some process on the project. They will explain you. And you know, so 700 means bold, right? Yes, you can go and pass your test case. So always ask questions. Even right now, if you don't understand, ask questions. Okay, let's go next. Card title is middle aligned. Is it middle aligned? Seems like yes. Okay, the card has the input field label, number of winners. Okay, number of winners with column. Okay. The second and third word are lowercase. Okay, good. Pass has the input field. It has the input field. They just did check that we have it. The input field width is 2.5 rem or 48 pixels. Let's check. 48. Already see that, right? If you hover, you see it says 48 at the top of this pop-up. Okay, but let's click on it. We see that width is 2.5 rem, matching. If you go to compute it, you can see that it is, it's not visible here, but it was visible over here when we were hovering, right? 48. So it works. Good. Okay, let me check something. Okay, I'm back. The default input value is 1. Oh no, here's the bug. We do fail, create a bug. Awesome. And new bug, sprint number 1. So how we do bug reporting? We just need to state what we see, and it should be very, very clear why is it different from expected results. So we have this expected result already here, right? You can see it over here because it's getting copied from your test case directly if you click create bug report there. So we need to say what we see. Usually it will be the same, but what we see on the screen. So the input field default value is empty field. This is what you see. Is that clear? Is it hard to test when you overviewed the requirements, when you created your test cases, and then when you have all the information for bug report? Because you see, it's actually, that's bad over here because I need to configure it right now, because what it should be here as well. It says repro steps right now here and system info, but it should be, I will configure it properly. It should be actual result field. I will create it right now, probably. Actual result field. And you mentioned that the default value is empty field. What do you do next? You go here. What would I do here? I would make a screenshot. I'm using this tool in Chrome browser. It's called Lightshot. You can go to your extensions in Chrome and install it. So what I do, I use this guy. Okay, let's close it. Lightshot. Then I select here, and I will mark. You can select the color and the arrow. Use arrow or just draw something, or use just this. And I will use this to highlight and point arrow. So it is empty by default. I will copy. Here I can save it. I can publish it to a social network. I can upload to the cloud. They have their own cloud. So you can have a link to this screenshot in the cloud, or you just copy it. I usually copy it and paste over here, right? And I have the screenshot over here. And what would be the expected result? So it's too huge screenshot. Let me make it smaller. Okay. It's visible anyways. Okay. And the expected results will be okay, this one. That's it. You have the expected. Okay. And one thing we forgot to do this here is steps to reproduce. And if some bugs, they are really hard to reproduce. So there are specific steps. You are not able to see that right away. In this case, we are able to see that right away. So the steps will be like launch the app, take a look, at the number of winners input field. That's it. This is how you get to the actual result. You launch the app, you take a look, and then you see that the value is empty, and the value should be 1. You have all that information already. So it's not hard to create the bug report once you have everything. If you will, for example, watch the video on YouTube, how to create bug report, it will be difficult for you to understand if you just watch that separately. If you worked with the documentation, if you created test plans and test cases, so you have all the information, you have the system understanding, you have your test cases to pass or fail, so you know exactly how it works. So you have the everything for test case, for bug report. Then you need to define your summary. It should be short and clear, as I did here. Just input field value is empty field. That's it. That's the nature of this bug. Then I define steps to produce, especially this is some specific bug. I need to do something specific, right? For example, define specific number of winners, then list some specific number of participants, and then click the button, and then I will see some unexpected result. I need to describe that in the steps to reproduce, because developer needs to know how to exactly reproduce it. And you are saving developers time by doing that. Also, it doesn't mean that you will be rechecking this bug report when it will be fixed. Maybe that will be your colleague, or maybe you will be on vacation, and that's for sure will be your colleague. So what will happen? Your colleague needs to understand how to reproduce it too. So you need to clearly state how to get to that state. In this case, it's really obvious, right? Because it's seen right away, but in some cases you need to clearly define steps to reproduce. Then you have actual result with the screenshot, highlight everything so it's better seen, and expected result, what you expect. And this is what you get from the requirements. This is the requirement, and that's where you get the expected result. This is what you see, so you have it right away, and you know how to get it. You already know everything for this bug report. So I save and close it. Good, and it's failed. I go to next. The input field accepts number 1. Number 1 accepts. Let me click participants. Okay, let me do something harder. Yeah, and that's it. It's enough. Yeah, it accepts. So it accepts 1. So I do pass next 9.99. That's 9.99. Or I can click over here. Actually, it even even not allowing me to click more here, but I believe I can enter that manually. Yes, I can enter manually as much as I want. So let's say 999. Oh man, it will be difficult to check actually. I have to specify more than 1,000 people, like 1,000 people minimum to check this case. Okay, let's skip it for now. Can I pause test? Okay. Because I don't want to like copy and paste right now 1,000 times here. Okay. However, let's do that. Arthur, Jan, Lina. So I have 5. So let me do this. Now I have 10. I have 20, 30, 40. Oh, that's fine. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Copy everything else. 200, 300, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see. Let's break the application. 999 winners. I'm wondering how it will look like. Raffle. Oh, it has only 5. That's a bug actually. But in this case, we are checking the amount. We are not checking the amount of winners. So this is, guys, the bug you can raise because it's always 5 instead of like 999, because we should have 999 winners. We see only 5 right now. So that's a bug as well. But it was able to accept 999. So it works. So I am passing that because we are checking only this case right now, and it works. Okay. Now check if number 0 is accepted. And let's Arthur, Jan, Raffle. Oh, it's failing right away. Yes. Yeah. So it passes because it works fine. It doesn't accept 0. And go next. And 1,000. Let's even not enter anything here. Let's see if it works. Aha. It wants me to have more. Oh, it accepted 1,000, right? It accepted. So we have a bug here. Fail test. Fail test and say let's create a bug report. Yeah, only 5 the same names been entered. That's fine. Oh yeah, you're right, because we entered only 5 unique names, so our test is invalid, right? But okay, but that's separate test because we are testing not the application itself, not the logic of the raffle. We're testing the field only right now. So I had to do that in order to test the field, because logic of the field is the following. If the number of those participants is greater than the number of we specify in the field, it should start the raffle, but it should not accept more than 999. And it accepted, and then it started raffle, right? So that's the bug in our case. Is that clear? Because what we saw as the result is different issue, is the separate issue, and we'll raise it separately, right? But what we saw first, that it accepted 1,000, that was the bug. Is that clear? Yes, okay. Glad to hear that. So does not appear. Yeah, does not appear. Does not appear if enter number. So this is our bug. We need to do steps to reproduce. Steps to reproduce. And what would be the steps? Who can help me? Because this is something specific. Come on, let's go. For example, Lisa, would you help us? Come on, guys, just turn on the microphone and help me define the steps. You can use your microphone. I will type everything. Open app. Okay. Open the app. Okay. Type 1,000 into the winners field, input field. Okay, then specify at least 1,001 participant, right? And what next?
Try if it's working.
Click raffle.
Click raffle.
Click raffle. That's correct. Click raffle. These are the steps reproduce. I would even make it bold over here. Then what do we have here? What is the next? What I need to mention here?
Expecting result?
No,
First of all,
screenshot.
First of all, actual result. So what do you see, right? So logically, you described what you do, then you describe what do you see, actual result. What do you see? So what do you see? Error message does not appear. Here you can describe more because this is short title, and here you describe more. The button triggers raffle. Okay, and we have, yeah, we have some winners over here. Yeah, it accepts. So in this case, even better to record a video using some, for example, on my work laptop, we have installed Snagit. It allows you to make screenshots, to make great annotations, and to record videos. On Mac, it can be done by QuickTime Player. You can then go to File and then New Screen Recording, and you can record a portion of the screen, and then you can attach video, because in this case, video would work better because this is a specific case when you need to do something, right? Because I'm attaching right now, in this case, I attached the screenshot, but developer doesn't know. Did I really enter 1,000? Maybe I did something wrong. Developer doesn't know, and maybe he won't be able to reproduce and something will be confusing him. So the video is good evidence that you really did what you did. And it's clearly seen in the video that, okay, you entered 1,000, then you specified more than 1,000 participants, you click raffle, and it didn't work. Actually, it accepted 1,000, but it shouldn't. This is a separate problem because we specified only 5 unique names. Actually, 2 authors here even. So it even doesn't work in this case, but only 6 winners here, but we specified 1,000, right? So something didn't work there. And we have to figure out what, but the main problem in this case for this bug report and our test case failed because the number 1,000 is accepted. Maybe if we specify less than 1,000, it will work. So I don't know. So that's why we need to be precise and mention. Oh man, back. I wanted to do this bold. And what we need to mention here. What is the next in the bug report? So this is how I get to the situation. This is what I see. And the next would be
Expected.
What I expect. That is correct. That's where everything is logical here. There is nothing super complex. Everything is logical. Expected result. And this is what I expect. And the expected result is what I need to get. And here is my expected result. It is already there in my test case. So remember, you have everything for your bug report. That's it. save and close. We have 2 failures here, and that's it. Save and close. So this is how it works. Next thing, I would like to check and show you how the chart would look like. So sorry guys, probably I will have to go and just remove the rest of the test plans. Web page properties created by me. I will create this 180. Remove this. I will remove this 183 to make it clear. You can still go to web properties and create landing page elements and create other suites, but do not create the test plans, because you as a team, you need to work on a single element. You don't have to create a lot of test plans, because you will create a single test case for the entire test plan for the entire team. Then somebody will create their own suite and work on their test cases. Somebody else will create their own suite and work on their test cases, and so on. You won't be multiplying your test plans. 212. So many are there. 214. Delete. 216. Give me a minute. Sorry guys, there was a delivery to my door, so I had to. Okay, okay, while I'm deleting this, anybody has any questions? Go ahead and ask. Any questions you want to ask me about job market, anything. Come on.
I have a question. Can you give me an example where we can use our creative skills in this job? Because I heard you can actually use, it's required to be a little bit creative.
What you see is what you need to do. What you see right now is what you need to do. I would say that creativeness is more about development work, because you create the application. Here, you create your test cases, test plans, and bug reports, right? So your creativeness may work in, for example, in how you create your screenshots, how you mark your bug reports, that your job should be clean, right? Because as you can see, I mark clearly expected result is bold, right? I try to keep everything clean and clear for developers, so everybody understands that. Again, I'm repeating again, as better you overview the requirements and make them clear and work with business analysts in that, as better chances developer will make less mistakes. That's the main point here. If you describe your bug report well, then developer will be, it will be easier to understand your bug report and reproduce and fix it. And it will be easier for those people who will be retesting that bug report to make sure that it's fixed, to also go and then recheck it, because it's described clearly and you clearly know what to do. So that's how it works. And if you probably may use your creativeness there, good. It's already deleted, that's why. Okay. Now I have only this guy left. Let me go to my dashboard. Configure it and select test plan landing, and then I will have graphical configuration card, test cases, outcome, good, and save. So as you can see, I have 16 passed, 16 in general, 14 passed, 2 failed. And as a manager, I will be creating these guys, and I will see that some of them are not executed yet. Landing page elements, for example, consist of. Yeah, It's not run yet, right? If people will be running them, it will be active. So I will see, okay, let's say Diana is working on these test cases right now, and she's testing in active phase. Somebody is already passed everything or failed everything or just executed everything, but some of them were passed, some of them failed, and so on. This is how it works. So the next step will be actually, we actually forgot to, okay, so we have these bug reports here. So what happens next? So developers, so everybody go to this board, sprint board over here, and they will see that there are some bug reports. And usually it's done by development lead or development manager. They assign bug reports, they move them to active, and then assign, let's say, to Arthur, right? Same, then this guy comes and let's say to Sergey. And I am as a dev lead, I'm assigning to my developers different bugs. And active means that they, no, I bit confused you. I'm assigning as a lead over here. I'm assigning, okay, this is for Arthur, this is for Sergey. When I come as Arthur, I just see that what is assigned to me, what is my item over here. Can I do like this? I don't know why it doesn't disappear over here, but okay, maybe it looks like here. Assigned to, okay, here. This is through filter, right? Assigned to me, and then I see only items assigned to me, and I see, I have 3 bugs or 5 bugs to work on. Then I move my bug to active, then I open it and see, okay, the input field default value is empty field. Okay, what is that? So launch the app, take a look at the number, because as a developer, maybe I may not know all the requirements. So I'm reading your statements here as well. So take a look at the number of winners field input. Okay, I take a look, it's empty. The input field default value is empty field. Okay, but the expected result, the input field default value should be 1. Okay, oh yeah, I remembered that requirement. Interesting. Then I go, I fix this bug report, I fix it. And then once I fixed it and I moved my changes to this application, who is doing that? Annotate, clear. Okay. When I'm done with my fix, I just move it here and assign to that tester who initially opened it. Let's say I will go to history over here and I will see that, okay, it was me in this case, but it will be some person. So I will assign this bug report to that person. Let's say Diana. She's here, and save and close. So now Diana will go here. Let me do this. I'm not able to see this item anymore, as you can see, because it's assigned to Diana. Diana will come here, and it will filter by her name. Not, she will pick me. In this case, I'll pick her, and she will see the number of items ready for QA. It means they were fixed and they are deployed to the environment she's testing in. So she will open it and say, okay, developer says it's fixed. Let's check. She will go to the system and say, okay, so what do I need to do? Launch the app, take a look at the input field. Okay, let's do that. It's empty. Okay, I take a look. It's empty field. Should be 1. Okay, it's still empty. So what she does, it says, okay, let's go back to active. And let's say not fixed. Let's leave a comment. Arthur, it's still reproduced. And you go and make another screenshot. Copy. And paste. Okay, and save and close. So now Arthur comes here and says, okay, let's see what assigned to me. Okay, something is active, but what is that? Not fixed. Oh man. Hey Arthur, it's still reproduced. Oh man, I was fixing it. What happened? And I go again, fix it. Then I fix it really, for example. Then again, I can move it here. I can select result and fixed, and it will move automatically. Or I can do this here. I can move this on the board itself. And then again, I assign it to Diana. Diana comes to this maybe every morning and just checking, okay, what is assigned to me? Because why we are doing filters over here? Because when the entire team is working, you will have a lot of items here. It will be not 2 bugs. It will be like maybe 100 bugs. And in order to understand what is assigned exactly to you, that means this is your responsibility right now. So you use filters. You say, hey, it has assigned to me. Okay, this is what I have. And then you go, and if that bug is fixed, you check it, and it's not reproduced, what you do is say closed. It will tell you verified. Okay, the reason verified, you verified that, and you will mention the same comment saying not reproduced anymore, and the screenshot with the number 1 over here. Let's say I checked it and it's number 1 now, so I made a screenshot, copy it, I went to the comment, not reproduced anymore, and the screenshot. And that's it, save and close. And everything is enclosed, means fixed, closed, forget about it. That's it. And we continue working on what is in new, active, and QA ready. So QA team's responsibility, QA ready column. Development team responsibility is new and active, because new is something came from us, and this is dev lead's responsibility usually to assign the items to developers, and developers' responsibility to check what is in their queue and then move to active, showing that, okay, we are actively working on this. If there are like 5 items assigned to me, I will pick one and we'll work on it. And my manager sees, okay, Sergey is actively working on this item and 5 more is in his queue. And then Sergey fixed, moved to QA and picking something else and moving to active. And QA team is working on what is in QA ready and closing them. And this is how we work. This is the how entire project works. We can create some tasks here, not only bugs for somebody to do something. And this is how it works. Is that clear? It's pretty straightforward. There is nothing difficult in QA job. You just follow the simple rules. You have your test lead, you have test managers, colleagues to help you out to understand how it works. Maybe they have some unique processes, but in general, you work with documentation, then you work with business analysts to finalize them, then you work with test plans, which is also pretty straightforward once you have understanding on your requirements. Then you test your test cases, you execute them. If you see the difference between the expected result and what you actually see in your application, you report a bug report. Then they are getting fixed. You either close them or reopen if they are still reproduced. And the last thing you're doing at the end of the sprint, if everything is fixed, you executed all the test cases, So let's say we have all the test plans here. We have all the test suites here. I, as a manager, created board over here. I created this board, and we tested everything. I see that everything is green, or maybe with something with red, but I know that we reported bugs according to failures, but everything is executed. What is next? At the end of the sprint, since we were fixing a lot of bugs, and developers, when they fix bugs, they make changes to the code. So the last step for us will be to check if everything else that was working before is still functional. So in this first sprint, what we will do is we will execute all the test cases we have one more time. It can be done the first few sprints because we have some limited number of test cases, and it can be done pretty quickly, just in a day or so. But we will have these test cases. This is our pool of test cases. Let's say we have sprint number 2. We created new test plans for new functionalities developed during sprint 2, and we created new test cases. So we have as twice more as test cases we had in the sprint 1. Then we have during sprint 3, we have more test cases. So this where automation comes in place. So you wouldn't be checking all the functionalities you have in the application by executing all the test cases. Let's have you have 10,000 test cases in 2 years. It's not real to execute them manually. So from project point of view, you just need 1 or 2 test automation guys who will be using your test plans and your test cases and will be automating them and will be just running them every sprint at the end. So you write your test cases, you test them once, but at the end of the sprint, automation guys run what they covered in sprint 1, and it will be run automatically, no manual work. Once you're done with sprint 2, they will add those test cases to their automation too. So now when they run automation, then run sprint 1 and sprint 2 test cases. Once you go to sprint 100, you test manually only sprint 100 test cases, but automatically you run all the previous sprint as well. So you make sure that everything was working before is still functional once you did the changes to the code. Yes, it's called regression testing. So regression testing is done at the end of the sprint. It's aimed to find any new bugs we have introduced when we were fixing these bugs we raised during this sprint. It's possible because developers, they change code when fixing bugs, and they can potentially introduce more bugs. So our goal is to catch them. So this is the goal of regression testing, and that's it. If everything passed, then we just close the sprint and say, okay, we're good to go. We can deploy this functionality to our end users. Or if something fails and we have new bug reports, we fix them, close them, and then that's it. So that's pretty much it. So you do first working with documentation, work with business analysts, then you create your test plans, then you execute them. Then if you find bug reports, if your actual result is different from expected result, and expected result is your test cases, then you report bug reports, then you check them again, and then you do regression testing at the end, and that's it. You do another round of the same things. What is unclear? Questions?
I have a quick question. Why did we delete those artifacts? I missed that part. What are artifacts and why did we delete them?
Which artifacts? These test cases? Test plans?
At one point, you were deleting
No, I was deleting
artifacts.
test plans. I was deleting test plans. We wouldn't use artifacts. I'm not using, for example, artifacts for nothing. I don't know. What is that? So I was deleting the test plans because we have a lot, right?
Oh.
Because people were creating test plans for themselves, but this is not how we work. We created one test plan for the entire team, and then we define who is working on what suite. For example, if first person comes and there is no test plan, that person creates landing page element test plan, and the other people, they come, they open the existing test plan and create their own suites. Then, for example, right now, if I would like to go and create another test plan, let's go to overview, dashboard, or another wiki, functional requirements. And the next test case will be test plan, will be landing page functionality. Will be the next test plan. And there is a single suite. So probably the single person who will be working on this suite will go and create landing page functionality, test plan, then we'll create this suite, and then we'll create test cases. Okay. single test plan. Okay. Then let's say this person, somebody who will be working on this suite will go and create a test plan called results page. This person who works on title will go open results page, already existing test plan, and we'll just create their suite because result page test plan already existing, right? Work on this test suite. The third person will create just a suite in the existing test plan. This will create just a suite, an existing test plan, and so on. Is that clear?
Yes.
That's why I removed all of them, because they're not valid. So these are valid. We created them. It has valid test cases. The second one also we created, and we just created a bunch of suites, but there should be more over here.
Mm-hmm.
And we were just raising bugs, and bugs were automatically displayed on the sprint board. We just open boards, sprints, and that's it. You see the bugs here, you start working on them, and this is how it works. Nothing difficult at all.
Is there a list of terms used, let's say the most used terms in this job? Like I learned a few words today, but is there anywhere like a dictionary or any list that we can?
I don't have any list, but I may create it, but what I can tell you, you can just, what you can do, you mean for the interview, right?
Yeah.
What you can do is just Google for interview questions for manual QA. That's it. You will be able to find a lot of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have Google, so it has everything.
One question about the regression testing. Do you think that we should do regression testing of everything that we have tested for the last round of testings before it goes to production, or how we know where we should do regression testing?
We do regression testing at the end of the sprint. When we tested everything, we closed bugs, right? And we are at the end of the sprint, because sprint has some dates, for example, February 19. But if February 19, we finish our testing, but we don't know, for example, we don't know for sure. This came with experience. Why we do regression testing? Because people realized that when we fix bugs, we make changes to the code and we potentially break the code, introducing new bugs. And since we executed test plans, we didn't do any additional testing. We just closed the bugs or reopened them and then closed again. We didn't check anything else. So there is a need to check and make sure that, hey, let's check if everything else is working fine, which was functioning before. Because potentially when we were introducing something new, we broke something. So that's why we do regression testing. At the end of the sprint, there is a time which we just say, okay, we're good. We closed all bugs. So next step will be regression testing. We run regression test and then see, okay, did we find any issues? Any new issues? Yes, we found them. We raised them and developers are fixing them. Or is it passed? Yeah, it passed. So we just say, okay, regression test passed. So we don't have any new issues. Then we're good to go. We're good to go to close this sprint and deploy that functionality to production. For example, Google or Facebook, they are testing this internally. They have a special environment which is not accessible to end users. It's called, for example, QA or testing environment. They test everything there, then approve it by regression test at the end. And then they say, okay, we're good to go. They click the button. The code from this environment is getting deployed to the end users, to the production environment, which is Facebook you're using, which is facebook.com. And then you just get the new version of the code, maybe even displayed somewhere else, right? So this is how it works. So regression testing is like the end validation and the end of that sprint before deploying to the next environment. You just make sure that everything is stable still.
Okay, but do you do the regression testing on the test case that you just have created, the ones from the functionalities and the landing pages and so on, or you do a general testing, like more exploratory testing?
you can do exploratory testing, but it doesn't, by exploratory testing, there is no scope. If, for example, I send you and say, hey, go and test, go and do an exploratory test, you will click a few buttons and say, okay, it looks good. But am I sure that you tested everything? No, right? So that's the best approach, is to use test cases, because test cases has specific coverage. We know that when we're creating test cases, we covered every single requirement. So I'm sure as a manager, my test cases cover everything. So that's why I will be using them to make sure that I'm checking every functionality on our website. This is how it works, because I can send you and ask, hey, go and do exploratory testing or do ad hoc testing. What is ad hoc testing? When you go and do even smaller amount of work than exploratory testing. You just go and click everything you see without any planning, and just click whatever you see on the screen, just playing with the application. It's called also monkey testing, but it's not effective, right? Especially if you completed 100 sprints. Imagine you have completed 100 sprints. You have tons of functionality. For example, Facebook. There are a lot of things you even never saw on Facebook because you're not using advertisement, for example, right? On Facebook, you're not using some specific things only few people are using on Facebook. And those functionalities should be tested as well, because maybe we potentially broke them. And some customers will face those issues, even if the most of the customers don't use them. So that's why we create automation test suite, adding more and more test cases every sprint. And at the end, we have just huge suite. We run overnight usually, run them those suites at night. And in the morning, we just come and say, okay, we found 5 more bugs, or everything passed, so we're good to go. This is how it works. So you try to cover as much as possible with automation, because automation, you don't have pay money for automation. You just pay automation engineers for creating test cases and adding new test cases. But for running the automation, you don't pay any money. You just put it on schedule and it will run overnight. You just come in the morning and it passed. I saw the companies using, like, third-party companies using 1,000 testers coming at some point and running regression testing, right? Imagine that, 1,000 people. You have to pay them for their job, but it's not efficient. That's why you create automation. You add new test cases every sprint. So you need to have automation people since sprint 1. So manual testers created test cases, and automation people right away start automating them. So even at the end of this sprint number 1, they have some code to run. This is how it works. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear. But that is also a very perfect world, right? Because sometimes also requirements are not clear, and the business it's like very agile, so people change things very fast, and we cannot automate everything because we are not really sure if the final product is the one that is, or where we are developing now is what's gonna be the final product for the users, right? So automating that will be a little bit waste of time if we're gonna change it in like a month.
You're absolutely right. So we are looking for a balance usually. So if we understand that that's a waste of time and we shouldn't be doing that, we just cover not everything by automation. We just cover the main functionalities. We are sure that they will be functioning as is. So we find that, middle ground, that ideal point when we say, okay, this is reasonable enough to cover. Because yes, as you mentioned, it's never ideal. Unfortunately, it's never ideal, but we try to get there. So everything we do with requirements, with automation, it's like trying to get to the ideal point, to the ideal project. Same development team, business team should do the same. In case if they are doing that, well, you will have something similar to ideal. Because it's not ideal because not everybody is trying to get to that point. And that's what it's not ideal. So, but you're right, it's never ideal. So you try to find some logical things, some reasonable things, and follow them. That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so what I can tell you guys, I'm suggesting you not stop on manual testing only. Go into automation, go and learn coding languages, coding basics. So you will be able to go to automation testing. And after that, you'll be able to go to development world. For example, the Sergey, I mentioned him here. He just joined Microsoft as a senior developer, but you know, he was my student as you guys. He was my student. He started with manual, then he learned automation right away. So he joined his first company as automation engineer. Then he worked there for some time, and he was not stopping. He was learning React, and we were doing some projects with him, some test projects. So he was able to learn React, and after that, he became my friend, and then he changed the position inside the company. So he moved from automation to development team, and then he found a job at Microsoft as a senior developer in React. So this is what gives you the opportunity. Do not stop. Do not think that manual QA is something like is your end goal. No, I encourage you. You have this great opportunity to come to this course. We're going to do the same. We're actually going to create this application from scratch on 20th, on February 20th. So please come, because I know for sure, because this is not the first course I do. So you will be able from scratch to create this application from scratch. So do not stop on manual. Go and check coding basics for free, and then go and learn automation. Do not stop on what you have learned. Even if you find your first job as a manual tester or automation tester, go and learn more. And that's exactly why we picked JavaScript, because what we do, for example, right? So let me open something else. Let me open mobile development. So if you know this single language, you learned coding basics, right? Or even, so as you can see, if you learn coding basics, you can go to front-end development, right? You start learning front-end, but let me show you more. If you go to test automation, coding basics is also prerequisite for test automation. So if you learn test automation, for example, it's not working in other courses, but in our case, we just take monthly subscription payment. So if you're learning test automation, you can get front-end development for free. So you can start learning front-end development. And that's why we picked JavaScript, because we use React, which is JavaScript, the most popular front-end framework in the world. We use it for learning people, for teaching people how to do front-end development. And you do coding basics in JavaScript. You do automation in JavaScript. So this was Sergey's path, because he knew JavaScript. That's what allowed him to start as a front-end developer, because this is the same language. We use full stack development. We use JavaScript for that. We use Express.js. We use MongoDB. So you are able, then you understand that, okay, automation is not something I would like to do, or even front-end development is easy for me. Let me go and do full stack development. What does it mean? Front-end, if you develop only web side of the application, the thing you see in your browser, the application you see in your browser is front-end. Everything else happening on backend, on the different servers and databases, it's not something you do as a front-end developer. So those are like backend developers. But full stack means you do everything. Since you already know front-end, we teach you backend, and then you become full stack development, able to build the project, the entire project fully, like front-end, backend, database, and everything together. The entire project, without hiring like only front-end developers and only backend. You hire full stack developers who are able to do everything, including front-end, backend, database. And we do mobile development. We're using React Native, which is mobile development framework, which is also JavaScript based. So that's why we picked JavaScript, because we can do everything with it, with a single language. We can do everything. And React Native is extremely popular right now as well, because previously companies, they used to hire one team to develop iOS application, then hire one more team just to copy the previous team work to develop Android application, the same Android application, and use two different languages. Right now, you use only React Native, and it automatically creates iOS and Android application right away. So that's why companies are switching to that as well, because it's logical. You hire one team and develop two applications. Actually, it's one application, but it's rendered automatically to iOS and Android. So this is how it works, guys. So do not stop. Please come to Coding Basics, free lesson as well. It's on our website over here, free lessons. It's on 20th. It's on Facebook event. There is a meetup event as well. So whatever works better for you, just use that path and come to the Coding Basics lesson as well. So you will be able to create this application from scratch, learn JavaScript, learn HTML, learn CSS, and you will be able to start your career. For some of you, it will be enough maybe to go and find some job. It's hard. It's hard as well, because that's not enough knowledge to go and check. Again, as you can see, Coding Basics doesn't have any career behind. It's only prerequisite for the other courses. It's prerequisite for test automation. It's prerequisite for front-end developer. These are the professions, our jobs. These are just prerequisite to be able to start doing test automation or front-end development. But maybe some of you will be able, as I did back in 2014. I did just watching free courses. No, everything is in English.
I have a question. Is there any path from QA to UX designer, or that's a totally different road?
Maybe it is. I'm not professional in that. That's why you don't see these courses, right? Because I believe there is a path to business analytics, because I had a lot of requests in the past that, hey, Arthur, would you like to join business team? Because, if you work in the project, you know the project well, you try to understand the people. Just project manager, for example, sees that, okay, this person understands the project pretty well. He learns fast. He's a pretty good guy. So let's move him to business analytic job to work with the clients, because he knows the system. He will be working with the testing team, and he knows what is testing. So probably he will be creating great requirements ready for testing team right away.
That's good.
Maybe, yeah. So there are a lot of paths, different paths. This path is just maybe focused on technical side, right? To go to development world from testing, because you can do everything in parallel. So what approach we use right now, if you take manual testing course, then you get coding in parallel for free, because you just pay for monthly subscription. You take manual course, you buy Coding Basics, but nobody is doing that. Nobody's taking manual course, I can tell you. Our students do not take manual only. They take manual plus Coding Basics, and they see, okay, if I'm good at coding at the end of 2 months, then I go to test automation, because this is your goal. If I'm not, okay, I will stop on manual QA and I will pay only for 2 months since I get Coding Basics for free. That's fine. That's the same if I would learn manual QA only. So that's how we work. And once they learn test automation, they can get front-end development for free, because it's in parallel, and they have Coding Basics, which is prerequisite for front-end development. So nobody takes one course. Usually people take 2 courses, and they see, okay, if I'm good at front-end development, I will be looking for a job I will create one resume for test automation, second resume for front-end development, and I will look for 2 jobs, and we'll see what works better for me. If I get front-end development job first, I will go there. if I get test automation job first, I will go there, and maybe we'll continue looking for front-end development. Or maybe if I will find job here and will continue learning full stack development. So there are different paths. It's up to you, right?
Is there any way we can learn? So once we get, let's say, the QA job, the first manual job, and we want to get better on our own, are there resources to do that?
There are a lot of resources. There are a lot of resources. There are resources on YouTube. There are a lot of resources on Udemy, any maybe other systems where you can watch videos. But the main thing here is, for example, I was doing free courses a lot, and I was even creating them. But the main problem is here, even right now I'm trying to add you to the project so you can play and try. I will remove you tomorrow because as you don't know probably, but the access to Azure I gave to you is super expensive. For example, if there are 100 people I added today, for example, if there will be 100 people I added today to test plans, I would pay for a month. Let me see. I would pay $5,000 for you just for a single month. So test plans the Azure is expensive. So that's why the other courses, for example, if you watch a free course on YouTube or Udemy, you won't have the access to Azure. You won't be able to train because how is that, right? It's expensive. You won't be able to join the test, the project, and you won't be able to train. So that's why what we are doing, we try to do that at the minimum price, but we still need to pay for the course. And our main idea, for example, of our courses, we add people to the project. As you can see, we have TechStart.dev, we have the platform course, we have GS Basics course, and people doing that on the real project. And we have the other company we work for, we're developing their portal and their website over here. And there are also students working on the projects. So the main thing you get from the courses like we do is you get experience, because with the guys we are working right now with the main course, we are doing project. So we did a little bit of explanation. For example, lesson 1, a little bit of explanation. Okay, let's go to the project. Let's start doing. And we don't do a single sprint. We do several full sprints, right? We have 2 months. So potentially you can do 4 sprints. And the main thing people are getting, because the first 1 sprint is not enough, unfortunately. What I see, people still have questions after sprint 1. They are still not up to speed, but sprint number 2, they are way better. I just tell them, hey, go to requirements and overview them. They go and do that. Then go and create test cases. I don't have to watch anymore as during the sprint 1, because they go and do that on their own already, because they know how to do that. Sprint 3 is way better because they already have the experience. And the main thing we give people is the experience working on the real project. That's the main thing. That's why I add you to test plans. You have this opportunity, but I will remove you tomorrow because it's super expensive for me to hold you here for forever or even for a month. So I will have you 24 hours, go and play. Okay, it's on me, but tomorrow I will remove you because it's super expensive for me to add like 100 people to this platform. They will bill me at the end of the month for $5,000. So that's why I was doing a lot of free courses, but you have to really show people the process on fingers, or using some free tools like, oh, let's write test cases in Google Spreadsheet because it's free, or let's use store documents in Google Docs, or let's use spreadsheets for bug reporting, or maybe some documents for bug reporting. So you just explain people how it works, but you never work on the real project. You don't buy licenses. You don't show people how it really works, and they don't get experience. Our students, for example, what is good part? So if they graduate the course, they exactly know how it works. And what is even better, I teach them, hey guys, I'm teaching you how to do ideal project. So you will never see that because there will be some gaps There will be some parts missing. There will be some teams, for example, business team or development team, who are not as good as you can imagine. But your advantage here is that you know how it should be ideally. So you come to the project and start right away. You are just junior people, just joined the project, and you come and right away start suggesting, hey, this would be great if we implement something here, if we change something here, because you have the experience working in ideal project. And then you will be able to suggest, because other people without experience, they come, they don't know how to do that. So they learn whatever they see on their project. It's not ideal. So they also learn mistakes on the next project. Let's say they join another company. They do the same mistakes as they did as they learned in the previous company. That's the gap. If you know how it works ideally, you are able to build ideal project from scratch. You're able to suggest something. The company will like it. The people will appreciate that. They will think, oh man, what the person we hired, he's amazing or she's amazing. She just joined, but she's suggesting a lot, improving processes. Wow. So always think about it, because people ask me all the times, hey, why wouldn't do free courses as you did before? Because I had like maybe 3 or 4 different free courses. I recorded them, I published them on the internet, and the people were watching them, and some people were successful, even found jobs. But one problem is when students are coming to free course, they are not motivated at all, because everybody comes. When you need to pay, you have to decide, okay, I will take my money, and I have to be proactive, because I will lose them. If I won't be proactive, if I don't find a job, I will lose my money. So this is a decision. You take your money, and even that amount motivates you to learn, to study something new. What experience I had? I have been creating a lot of courses. I had like 1,000 students at a time. But the problem is only 10 of them are active. Only 10 people out of 1,000 are active. So it's really a waste of the time. And I'm disappointed as well, because, you know, you are excited when a lot of people are interested. And then you say, hey, guys, turn on the microphone and say something. And nobody turns that off, turns us on, because nobody's interested. They just, you know, come to watch. It's free. So we'll just come to watch. I will invite my grandma, my grandpa. I will invite my entire neighborhood just to watch, but they are not interested. So, and it really something, you know, I didn't have enough motivation after that, because if you see 1,000 people and only 10 of them are active, and you have to ask, hey, turn on your microphone and let's do something. Even today, right? You see that I was asking, and I had hard times asking people to turn on microphone and communicate. And this is a really great opportunity, guys. What
Yeah,
we
it
did
is.
today,
Thank you
there are
so
not
much.
many similar courses on the market. What even we did today for free. But people just coming to free courses just to watch, you know, they are not sure. And my goal is just to say, hey, this is easy. As you can see, this is easy. And you can do more, because I have that experience. And I can tell you, I have the experience with people starting from nothing and then getting a job in a few months for 100K easily. And then they say, hey, thank you. Yes, good, good. And then I start building that community. And now I see my students working as managers, leads, senior people in companies like Apple, Microsoft, Google, HP, Oracle, blah, blah, blah. It's really great. And I would like to continue building that community. But the most important thing here, the students should be proactive as well. Because it's all about you. If you want, if you see the goal, if you have motivation, you have some reason why you came here, right? And that reason should motivate you. You need to understand, okay, I came here to this course because I want to do this. And you should continue thinking about that, because that's the only reason why you will look for a job. And if it will be a hard period, for example, you will look for a job for 2 months and you say, hey, there is nothing. I know nobody's calling to me. And maybe you will stop going to the interviews. But other people who say, no, I have my goal. I didn't lose anything. I'm still working on the same job. So What is the problem with continue looking for a new job, for new opportunity? And some people continue. And the student I mentioned when we started today, who found a senior position after the courses, he was looking for the job for 8 months.
Yeah.
8 months. But he was working on the previous job, working and looking for that job. And the other students, some students, they found the job in 2 weeks. Some of them even found the job during the courses because they started applying sooner. And they found jobs like for middle positions or junior positions, but he was looking for 8 months and he found senior position. And right now he's even further than those people who found the job sooner than him. So it depends, right? But the only thing matters here is motivation. You have to be motivated. You have to always remember about what brought you here, what motivates you, what is your goal, and that's it.
And that's also, Arthur, my other question, how when we start applying for jobs, because it's a new field, I'm sure for most of us, like what would be some tricks? Let's say, should we apply for startups? Should we go to big companies? How can we like?
You apply for everything. Let me actually stop sharing, maybe show you my face. You should be applying for everything. Right now, market is very good. And the reason is COVID-19. Because previously you had to look for your local jobs. And many companies, they didn't want you to apply for some jobs in other positions. They required relocation, and or they were looking for just local candidates only. And they were mentioning that. They were mentioning, hey, all local candidates only in job description. Right now, everything is remote. You can apply for a job everywhere across the United States. It's really great because you are not limited by your area only. And previously, you just look for in your small city, or for example, Sacramento area is never had a lot of jobs here. But if you look for the job right now, I see so many positions I never saw before, never. Because right now everything's remote. And even Sergey, he joined Microsoft recently as a senior engineer remotely. They said, yes, remotely. We are located in Washington state, and you will be working from home. That's fine. Everybody's working remotely right now. And many companies are going to continue doing that, even in post-pandemic world. So that's a really great opportunity right now. So you have to apply for everything. Your goal is to get a first job, because the next job is super easy. Then you have an experience, you have better understanding, because again, it's all about experience. It's not about like watching videos or maybe watching some presentations. It's all about experience. If you have the understanding how it works. During the interview, there are a lot of technical questions, but the main thing interviewers trying to understand, if you have the understanding of the processes, if you're able to answer, okay, I was working with business analysts first, then I was working with developers, raising bugs, they were fixing, reassigning to me, I was rechecking them, and then either closing them or getting them back to development team if they were reproduced. If you have this understanding, they say, hey, we follow the same process, because everybody follows the same process. And they know that they can hire you. And of course, you should be a nice person as well, because if you came to the interview like, shaking, nerving, nobody will hire you, because they will say, hey, this person looks strange, and she's not looking as person who can do something on her own. Maybe
as any job,
yeah. So a lot of things matter.
But we should apply for junior, right, in the beginning, or how does it?
I think, yeah, for sure, junior for sure. But as I mentioned, if you're doing well, if you feel that you can do more, you can easily apply even for middle or senior positions. Because I have that experience. Many people, I have another guy who was looking also for a job for like about 6 months, but he was not looking for junior positions at all. He said, I will find lead position. And he found a lead position in 6 months.
And without experience, how?
After the courses. Yeah, he had the experience, because here's one thing. The first thing is you get experience on the courses, and not all the courses give you the experience. Some of the courses just about watching some materials, trying to do something, again, in free systems, and watching some presentations. Your teachers just explaining you something, but you didn't do much of experience. So the best approach when you find practical course, this is first thing. Second thing, you don't stop. Most of our students, they don't stop. They don't say like, hey, okay, I graduated from the courses and I just go and look for a job and bye-bye. No, they continue. We say, hey, if you want, you can continue to work on the project and get more experience, put that experience in your resume, and we're getting some help. You clear some bugs, you check
So
some
you
bugs.
can offer, so anyone can join after this 2 months course, anyone can participate in the
Continue.
project.
Yeah, no, we have this project during the course, but you can continue, right?
Oh, we can continue if we want. Okay, and details about the course, I can just go on the website here.
Yeah, you can read all the information on the website.
Okay.
I can, let me send the website link to the chat.
I have a question.
Thank you so much for doing that for us.
That's fine. I'm doing that every 2 months. So if you think not sure, if you would like to check again, please come in 2 months. Or if you have friends who would like to try, please come in 2 months. And again, I'm encouraging you. Please come to the coding course. You have to try.
Yes.
You don't have to stop on manual course. You have to try coding and see, okay, am I capable of doing automation or front-end development? So
but when is the manual course starting? And so we don't miss it in case we want to start right away.
The main course starts on March 9th, I believe. You can get that information on the website.
Okay, so we still have time.
Yeah, the courses, people asking what the main courses. One course is twice a week, 2 hours, plus a lot of homework. So you should expect that if you take only manual course, it should be easy for you because it's 2 lessons per week plus homework. So it's like maybe 4 days you need to spend after work, because we are focusing on people working who would like to change their occupation or their job. So again, it's usually after work at 7 p.m. California time, 2 lessons a week. But usually people take 2 courses. They take manual and coding. So it's 4 lessons a week plus homework. So you have to probably plan every day. You should spend at least 2 hours for learning, because it's a lot, right? So we work with you during the lessons, but the project means, and the experience means, you have to work on that project and you do some tasks, right? So same as, for example, just imagine today. So we did something, but your homework would be complete task planning today and tomorrow. Next lesson we have in 2 days, for example, will be, okay, we overviewed everything, you need to do test execution. Then next lesson, you need to complete bug reporting. Then you need to do regression testing. And that's it. This is the end of the sprint. We have to start new sprint. So you're constantly working on the project and you're getting that experience. So there is always something to do. So it's 4, if you take 2 courses in parallel, it's 4 lessons plus the rest of the days is homework.
And how many people usually in a group?
Sorry, I was muted. It depends. It can be 20 people, but next course it can be 30 people or 50 people. It really depends. Right now we don't have a limit, but I think we wouldn't be taking more than 50 people because it's hard to manage that after that. We use projects. We use Azure DevOps, so it's pretty easy to manage the entire team. It's pretty easy to manage the huge amount of people, but we still want to work with people, right? If people have questions, they need our attention, they would like us to overview something, so we wouldn't be taking a lot of huge groups. And since we're doing this every 2 months, so the other courses, they do what? They say we have automation course, and it is 5 months. So they take They take people, like 100 people for 5 months, and they teach them. So we do something similar, something different. We break everything down to small logical pieces, and you can say, okay, you have 2 months, you learn this. If you want to continue, you go to the next level. But we, at the same time, after 2 months, we take another group. So we have small groups just moving along that pipeline, that path from manual and coding basics to automation, and then to full stack development or mobile development. So we do that in parallel, right? So whenever one group learns automation, we take manual. Somebody goes to third level, which is front-end full stack development. The next group goes to automation, and the new group comes to manual. So we do that parallelly. So that gives us the opportunity not to take like huge, large group for 6 months, but every 2 months we take smaller groups. And it's easier for teachers, and it's easier for people because you have clear defined path. You can stop at any time. Do not waste your money. If you understood, okay, that's not for me, you just stop, and you didn't pay $5,000. You pay $4.99 a month. You decide, okay, that's enough for me, and you stop, and that's it. You didn't waste your money. You didn't pay a lot of money. And it's anyways, it's cheaper, even cheaper. If you take the whole automation course, you pay $19.96 comparing to $5,000 on other courses. It's anyways better. And plus you can stop at any time. This is how it works. Guys, I'm here to help. Any questions? Use this opportunity. Just ask me any question you are interested in. Interview, resumes, I don't know, courses, market, anything.
What about this position as DET?
It's software developer, engineer in test.
In test.
It's same what you do after automation. It means that you're a software developer because you are developing the code, but you do automation. So it's automation engineer. It's like modern title because previously software testers were the guys who were testing manually, and QA engineers were people who were doing automation. So we knew that, okay, automation is engineer, and manual is a tester or analyst or something else. But then it changed because manual testers said, okay, we're also engineers. We improve all the processes, right? We work with documentation. We ensure that documentation is good enough for development team. We are good guys. We're also engineers. Why not? And many people, they start calling themselves QA engineers, even if they were manual testers. And I was doing the same. When I was a manual tester, I was calling myself QA engineer. In my resume, it was QA engineer since the beginning. So then somebody said, okay, so we need to call automation people differently because they now automation engineers, same as manual people. So since they're doing coding and they are doing, so automation actually is not different right now as front-end development because you use JavaScript and you use actually Node.js, which is runtime for JavaScript. You write the same framework in the same structure as front-end development, but their code is just building the web application. Your code is testing, but the application at the bottom, how you started, how you created, it's the same. So you're also developer. So that's why people started to call software developer engineering test. But it's automation, automation engineers. Sorry, guys, I cannot just talk too much. I'm just talking since 10 a.m. Hard to me. Whew. Okay, any other questions? Find jobs for manual tests. Is it possible to find job only for manual tests? Yes, there are a lot of manual testing jobs. Because as you can, so today, you test for end users. And there are some specific manual testing responsibilities. It doesn't make sense for you to go and automate everything right away because it's too expensive, it's too long. For example, for you to check the button color, it's way quicker. You just check, okay, it's green, good, passed. For automation, you have to create code for that. You have to create framework first. Then you have to create test, run it, create infrastructure, all the machines you're running your test on. So it's complex, it's expensive, it doesn't make sense. So of course there is always room for manual testing because it's cheaper and it's quicker, and that's why, yes, there are a lot of manual jobs on the market. What are the top reasons to be fired as QA? They are the same as for developers or other people. If you're doing mistakes, if you're not proactive, you're not bringing the value for the company, for the project, that's it. I'm non-IT background. It is okay to choose QA. Do I need to know coding to become a tester? No, you don't need, but I can tell you that I'm teaching only non-IT background people. So everybody who comes to QA course, who comes to coding basics course, those are people not with IT background. They are some people, usually those are immigrants. People came from other countries. For example, I graduated medical university in Ukraine, back in Ukraine. And the problem is many people who come to the United States, they have to get a license in. For example, in medicine, you have to spend another like 5 years to get your doctor's license. So, and then you think, okay, is it worth it to spend like 5 years of my life to get that license? Or maybe I will go to IT quickly in a few months and start getting some money, and then I will move, and you can get the same salary as a doctor in a few years. If you develop yourself, if you go to the next level of the courses, if you start, applying for next level positions, never sit on the same place, active, yes. I'm only teaching people without IT experience. Everybody, like 99% of the students I have is people, immigrants with the profession. They're looking themselves right now to find something else in the United States, and they come to IT because it's reasonable, because you can see that the world will be different in few years, and it will be different in a decade, because there will be no taxes. There will be automated cars for sure, like I think in 5-10 years for sure. Same with truckers, right? So world will change, but IT changing the world. So that's what you need to be, because you won't be able to go and work for Uber or for Lyft in 10 years. There won't be such opportunity, because it will be cheaper for the companies just to use automated script who will drive the car. That's how it will work. So that's why you need to think about the IT, because that's where those are all those applications created. And everything you see right now, you open your phone, you have a lot of applications there for paying taxes, for looking at your bills and paying your bills, right? For using messaging applications, games, everything, radios. Everything is developed by some company. You can go to application market, to Google Market or App Store, and you can see who developed them, who are the developers. And there are some companies. And all those companies have developers, have testers who test and develop that application. So everything right now is here in IT. So that's why IT is a really good opportunity for everybody right now. And most of the people come from non-technical positions. Yeah. Most common technical interview questions. Oh, it's too long. There's a lot. You just go to Google and search for them. There are a lot of technical questions, but be a little bit precise. Look for manual testing interview questions, automation testing interview questions, front end or React interview questions, and so on. Is it possible to find a job without experience? Really hard. You need to get that experience during the courses. That's the main reason. You can watch videos. It depends on the personality, right? I was able to watch videos back in 2014, watch videos and pretend that I have an experience. I had a lot of problems with that. I got a lot of rejections, right? And I knew, okay, this is not working because I said that. This is not working because I said that, and they rejected me. And yeah, I failed a lot of times. Then I was pretending more, and I found my job in like 5 months or so, my first job. But this is really hard. This is really hard. So the goal of every course should be to give you the experience. And then if you look for a job, even after the graduation, continue working on the project. But you have to be proactive, because what I can see, students, they get demotivated. There are new students, let them work. I'm like experienced now. I graduated already. And they start to do less and less. No, just pretend you work in the company, you have some responsibilities, just continue working on the project. So while you're working, looking for a job, you still continue working on the project, you're getting experience, and you never say in your resume that you don't have experience. Even your graduated courses, you mentioned some experience there for sure. And then you go and look for a job. And your goal during the interview to say that I have this experience and let me prove that. They will ask you questions, you answer them, and they say, yes, that works for us. And that's how it works. You get experience during the courses, but it should be great and ideal project, good experience, so you're able to answer questions during the interview. Okay, people asking how you will get the recording of the course. I don't know how you get here, but I will publish it on our page in Facebook. I will publish the recording in event in Facebook, and I will publish it in event in Meetup. So if you use those 3 paths, you will see the recording. It will be a post with that recording. Okay, what was your first QA job? It was a manual job. It was back in Ukraine. It was a manual job. I was studying probably for several months. Like I spent probably like 6 months or so. Yes, because I was watching videos, right? It was not like entire course. I was just watching videos, and I was learning English because, as I mentioned before, I knew German only at that time. So I had to learn English from scratch. And yeah, it took a while. And then I was looking for a job for like about 4 or 5 months for my first job, just being on the market only. What company we say we worked for? Yeah, so that's why we have those projects. We have the companies we are supporting projects for, and you mentioned that company. They have their pages on LinkedIn. You mentioned them in your profile in LinkedIn, and this is how it works. You have the project, you have the company, and you go to the interview and explain what company you worked for, what you did, what was your project or product about, the application, and so on. Where would you like to advise to look for a job, and what resources? LinkedIn, Monster, Indeed. Probably these 3 the most. Did the guy that become a software engineer just take classes with TechStart? All of them. All people I'm talking about are my students. just TechStart. You need to understand that, for example, the previous course I had, 70% of people found a job. That doesn't mean that happens all the times, but 70% of people found a job. For some of them, as I mentioned, it happened like it took a few months to find a job. For some of them, 2 weeks. It happens. But at the end, if you're motivated, if you know why you came here, you find a job. Do not give up. Just think about that. And I'm here to help. People calling me saying, hey, I have this document to fill out. I had the interview and I had this problem. I had that, I had this, what I can do with my resume. So I'm always there to help. Other people, other teachers are there to help. So you just come and say, hey, I have this problem, help me. So we never, disappear. We're always there with our students, because again, remember, our goal is not to have a business. Our goal is to build a community, because this is like just intermediate step for us. This is the step that we would like to build a huge community. And they say, okay, we have this community. Now we can start building our project. We can use students. We can use our graduates. everybody, we have a lot of professionals. We have this huge network. And now when we need to start doing some startup or something like that, we have a huge community to work on it and to help us and to become a part of something bigger. So this is our end goal. And if you ask, hey, why are you cheaper? This is something strange. Why other courses are more expensive? Because our goal is not business. Our goal is building community. So we just try to use the lowest price that helping us to cover our expenses on Azure, on servers, on domains, or hosting our websites and projects and everything else. And that's it. This is how we work. And we're always there. We are there to help. So if you come and say, hey, Arthur, please answer this question, I'm always there to help. Even people, even people from other courses asking me, hey, I cannot find a job. I graduated from these courses. Could you please help me? And I even spend time. Nobody's paying me for that, but I'm spending time with those people saying, hey, okay, send me the resume overview. And then I overview and then answer, hey, this is incorrect, this is incorrect, this is incorrect, please improve it, please update it. And then people say, hey, I have the statistics, and they show me the statistics on LinkedIn, and they see that they have more views on LinkedIn, for example, comparing to what they had in the past. So I say, okay, that works, right? So yeah. What is the minimum pay for manual PA besides the internship? I would say right now it's like $30 per hour. At my company is $30 per hour, and we're not like a big company. It can be more, but it's like $30 per hour. It depends really on the location. Maybe if you find some job in some small town in Texas somewhere, right, working remotely, maybe it will be less, like 25 or something. But it's about like 30 right now for manual testing, for manual. Thank you for your time. Thank you guys for joining. I'm here to help. I'm doing this every 2 months, so please join next time. How many classes did he take? I want to make the time while waiting for a job useful. He took just the automation course. So like the path manual plus JavaScript and then automation. So he took that path. If you think saying about Sergey, so Sergey additionally was learning then after automation, learning front end, and then he switched to front end developer and get to right now took a Microsoft opportunity. How can we contact you? Facebook or Meetup, whatever you see me, just contact me there. I'm just replying to any messages you sent me. Sorry guys, but I really can't talk anymore. It's so hard. No, I wouldn't recommend you any bootcamps. My colleague a few days ago sent me a message saying, hey, did you see this? And I see that US Davis having some bootcamps and doing same as we do, and the price is like 12,000 or something like that, or 11,000. I'm saying, what the hell? Who's crazy enough to pay like 12,000 to go to that bootcamp and to learn the same as we do even for free? So no, I wouldn't, especially if it's super expensive. No. I don't like U-Test. No, it's super. So you can see what we did today, right? This is a real project when you work with documentation, business analyst, test cases, regression testing, bug reporting, test planning, everything else, right? This is the real project. If you go to U-Test, you can go and try, and it's pretty simple. It's yeah, it's not for the people who want to get experience or something like that. You can work there to get something. Maybe you can put that on your resume, and that's it. Because you're not getting really good experience out of U-Test. Because there is no real good project, real company experience. You just doing monkey testing, right? Something very limited. I don't like it. I tried. I worked there for a while when I was manual tester. And yeah, but I don't like it because it's different from what we really do in the companies. Okay, guys. thank you for participating. I hope you're doing well. If you have any other questions, please, find me. Please send a message to TechStart in Facebook, or if you find me in Facebook, or just comment anywhere you can see, leave a comment in Meetup or in that event I created on Facebook. Just leave a comment, send me a message, whatever. I'm there to help. Okay, so see you next time. Hope to see all of you on the coding course on 20th. So see you there. Thank you all for joining. Bye-bye. Have a good one. Recording will be there. I remember about it. Recording will be there either everywhere, in Facebook event, in Meetup event, so you will see it. Bye-bye.